before we go live?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear the trains and if they're a nuisance or not. I know they're louder than you are, so I tend to stay in mute, but if I don't need to, I won't.
Could I just remind members to be mute while you're not speaking? The reason being is don't just have one person who's speaking, and just mute and unmute yourself as you need to speak. The reason being is there's a lot of background noise anyway, so that's a good point. Thank you.
Sorry, Jackie, keep our live now.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are live. Can I thank everyone for turning up for the planning committee on the 13th of August. I'll just ask our committee secretary, Jackie Rogers, to read out why we're doing this on live screening.
Welcome everybody to the meeting of the Planning Applications Committee of Norwich City Council. This meeting is being held under the local authorities and police and crime panels, coronavirus, flexibility of local authorities and police and crime panel meetings, England and Wales, regulations 2020, meaning that decisions or recommendations made will have the same validity as those made at a meeting held at City Hall. We have elected members of the council attending the meeting. We also have members of the council's democratic services staff to help administrate the meeting, and obviously planning officers. Members must be able to hear and, where practical, see other members. Therefore, we ask all members to keep their video on during the business of the meeting. A recording of this meeting will appear on the council's YouTube channel, and the meeting will be live streamed. If we are notified by our colleague in IT that this link is not working, we will take a short adjournment while the issue is resolved. And we would also take a short break if a member lost connection so that they could participate in the voting of the item. I think there's nothing else. The rest is just general housekeeping, and Chair suggests that we take a short comfort break at some point in the meeting, and it does look like that'll probably be after item 4E, Strangers Club. But obviously that is in the hands of the members. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie, for that. If we can go straight to the agenda then, apologies for absence.
We've had apologies from councillors Bogerline, and we welcome councillor Graham as a substitute today. We have an apology from councillor Utton. We have an apology from councillor Sands, Mike Sands, and we have councillor Oliver as his substitute today, and we have had an apology from councillor Ryan.
Thank you very much. Declarations of interest. I understand there's a few of these. Judith, do you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have 3 declarations of interest to declare. The first one is for 4C,
yeah,
which is Leopold Close, and then 4E, the Strangers Club, and then the last one, the 4G, 174 Newmarket Road.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I've spoken previously to Councillor Lubbock about this. Councillor Lubbock is speaking as a ward councillor on items 4C, 1 Leopold Close, and 4G, 174 Newmarket Road. And for Strangers Hall, Councillor Lubbock, your interest is that you are a member of the Norwich Preservation Trust, which has submitted now a written statement. Do you wish to speak on that item?
Yeah, yes, I do. And I'm actually a director of the trust. And I have been placed on the as a director by the Norwich City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
In each of those cases, what will happen is Councillor Lubbock will then speak, and then we'll put her into, so like leaving the room, you will actually not participate in the determination of those items. We'll put you in our waiting room and then recall you when the item is finished.
Thank you. I understand Councillor Samaisi is got declarations. Jane?
I do, Chair, thank you. Leopold Close, which is 4C, and also 4B, which is the garages on Leopold Road. I live in the vicinity, and we've had a conversation, myself and the officer, and I will be in the waiting room for both of those items. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, Councillor Samays, I think we did decide that your interest was only as another interest for item 4B, and that you didn't have a predetermined view. Is that right? The garages.
I think it's best if I exit for both those items, please.
That's totally your call. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more declarations of interest? Anyone? I can't see anyone indicating. Thank you for that.
That's all I'm aware of. Thank you, Chair.
If we move on to minutes, do we agree that the minutes are the correct record for the last meeting? People shall. Thank you. That's good. We move on to the planning applications. And we go on to the first one, it's 4A. And I understand that Mark or David will be doing all these applications today. So I'm not sure who's doing the first one, 4A.
That's correct. I'm doing the first 4, I believe. So I'll start by sharing the presentation screen. So
Thank you.
I'll just do that now. If someone could just let me know when they can see that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Brilliant. Okay, so the first item on today's agenda in terms of planning applications is site opposite 153 Holt Road. The site is outlined in red on the location plan you've got before you. So the A140 Holt Road is to the west of the site. To the east is the airport and a number of aviation hangars off Gambling Close. To the north is another plot of land, which is the plot of land that we had a traveller living on, which came to committee a few months ago. So hopefully members are familiar with that. And beyond that paddock is the airfield of Norwich Airport. And then to the south, we've just got some bunding and the A140 again. So the site includes 2 paddocks of land. There was an earlier application, which I'll come on to shortly, on the southern paddock. So the owner of the southern paddock recently bought the middle paddock, which you can see is divided by that sort of a grey line across the land there. Also shown on here is the access point onto Holt Road. Just to show you some pictures of the site. This is the site from the opposite side of Holt Road, looking towards the site. There's an existing area which is open, but other than that, the boundaries to Holt Road are fairly heavily treed. Again, another picture of the site from Holt Road. See there's palisade fencing around the site. Again, a further picture of the site from Holt Road. Obviously, when the trees are in bloom, the views of the site are less significant. So here we can see the sort of open part of the site frontage, and beyond these are the aviation hangars on Gambling Close. There's a bund between the site, which you can just about see between the hangars and Gambling Close. This is looking north. You can see some of this sort of equipment left on the site from the traveller site to the north, and beyond that is the airfield. This is looking towards Gambling Close. You can see the fencing around the site. This is looking towards Holt Road. Another view towards Holt Road. And another view looking north. So this bund here on the right is the bund to Gambling Close. So the proposal is for a vehicle hire depot and associated external parking areas. So the land is designated as employment land in the local plan, while it's designated for either airport related uses, aviation related uses, or as employment land. The policy is detailed in the report later on. Proposal is for a building for servicing and maintenance of vehicle hire vehicles. The positioning of the building allows for sort of the entrance and turning of larger vehicles that are hired in terms of articulated lorries. There's a large area of hard standing proposed for parking of vans and lorries to support the hire business. There's, through negotiations, there's been some tree planting proposals put in, and also a buffer around the borders of the site, which is I think that's approximately 3 meters wide. to provide some additional landscaping to screen the site from Holt Road. The access is onto Holt Road. I'll just point out this island here. This island is intended to prevent any right turns into the site from Holt Road. So if you were coming out of the city and you wanted to get to the site, you would have to go along the road to the NDR, to the first NDR roundabout, and back on yourself to enter the site. County Highways are happy with this approach. They didn't want cars queuing here to turn right and causing an obstruction to the free flow of traffic, hence why that's designed in such a manner. There is some history to the site. With this, the committee approved a smaller scheme on the paddock to the south, which was roughly the area sort of to the south of the building. There was a proposal for a similar proposal for half standing and a vehicle hire depot to the southern half, but having now purchased the northern half, they're looking to sort of provide a more significant proposal here, which allows for a larger number of vehicles to be operating from the site. Just flick through my notes, see if I've missed anything at this stage. Just something to point out is that the location of the building is heavily influenced by the localizer beam that the airport used. So there's a number of aviation safeguarding considerations with this case in terms of where the building is located and how high it can be. So the location of the building is heavily influenced by an area to the sort of northeast corner of the site where a building of a certain height would not be able to be proposed. I believe that may be the line sort of indicated in red there. So that's influenced significantly where the building is located on the site.
Thank you, Mark, for that. Is there any questions from any committee members? And I can't see them until Mark take that off, I think.
So I've just shown the elevations there and the floor plan, but I'll stop sharing now so that you can go into questions.
Thank you. It's Councillor Graham.
Thank you. Within the report, it rules out the possibility of having a second access point in, I think, Gambling Close. And I just wonder why that's not feasible and if it's something that could be revisited, because I couldn't see how that statement was backed up. Thank you.
Mark, did you want to take that one?
Yeah, I mean, in simple terms, it's outside of the applicant's control, essentially. They don't have their land ownership doesn't extend to Gambling Close. So they don't have an ability to make that connection to Gambling Close.
Okay, brilliant. Councillor Neil.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. I've got two other highways questions. It's proposed in the future to extend the yellow cycle route to Horsham St Faiths. So that will obviously go along what is currently shown on the plans as the grass verge. At the point of the entrance to the applicant's site, will that be a continuous cycleway for the cyclists and the lorries have to wait to come in, or will they have priority, which means the cycleway will be broken at that point?
Mark?
So I believe we've got a condition on here. Sarah, who's in on the meeting, may be able to point to the right one. Yeah, there's a condition seeking details of that. So initially, it wouldn't be provided for, but then there would be a condition that as and when the cycle lane goes in, there's a requirement to facilitate a crossing.
Sarah, did you want to come in on that?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I did raise this when that comment came up. I did raise this with the highways officer that had provided comment, strategic highways officer. He was confident that the condition that requires the sort of technical detail of the access could deal with that. So at that point, because it was a potential at this point. So if it's a realistic possibility at the point that this development goes ahead, if it goes ahead, then it would be expected that that would be accommodated within the detailed technical spec for the highways access. So it can be accommodated, yes.
Thank you very much. Councillor Neil, you said you had another question?
Yeah. On that point, so there is no clarification whether the cycle route will have priority at this stage, because that causes extra issues with lorries turning at that point.
I didn't ask the question about specifically priority. It would be accommodated in terms of there would be a crossing point across the access is as far as it got.
So the cyclists will take second place again. And there's a pedestrian crossing to the right of that entrance. What's the, because that's quite a main road, what sort of pedestrian access would that be?
That would be, it's a dropped curb to allow pedestrians to cross from an existing footway on the west side of Holt Road to a short section of new footway on the east side, which would allow staff, pedestrians to cross the road and access the site on foot. So it isn't a signalled crossing or anything like that. It's a dropped curb.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Samaji.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions from me, if I may. First of all, could you just please, Mark, revisit the tree planting, and I think you said a 3-metre buffer zone of some other kind of planting to soften things up in all sorts of ways, really. And secondly, could you clarify what the operating hours are supposed to be for this business? Thank you.
Yeah, so the operate, if you look at paragraphs 75 and 76, that details the operating hours. So 7:30 till 8 p.m. Mondays to Saturdays in terms of this sort of general operation, but there's a more restrictive requirement in terms of the washing and servicing of vehicles, which is restricted to 6:30 in the evening, as outlined in paragraph 76. In terms of the landscaping, so that's sort of main issue 3 on page 25 of the report. If you look at paragraph 59, it sort of outlines the measures that are proposed there. So there's some measures in terms of sort of bat boxes and roosting, planting of native broadleaf trees, some new native species hedge planting along the palisade fences. So there's an existing palisade fence that runs all around the site. And if I just share the screen briefly and perhaps just quickly put up the site plan there. So where you can see this hatching around the edge, this is the 3-metre buffer strip to enable some planting and a margin along the edge of the site to try and increase connectivity and to the adjacent land, but also to act as a visual buffer.
Thank you. Councillor Peake. Mark, can you put us back on, please?
Right, my little question is, I understand it coming in to the depot, but coming out the depot, if you want to turn right, how would that be possible? Do they have to go down the road and round somewhere else and turn back on themselves? I didn't see that in the plan.
You can still turn right, but you can turn right out, but not right in. So yes, if you've got a plan in the agenda, you should see that there's the ability to turn right out of the when leaving. That's fine. It doesn't cause an obstruction in the main highway. That's why that's okay. And whereas if someone was waiting to turn right into the site, it would cause an obstruction in the highway. But turning right out of the site doesn't do that.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I see no other councillor Hutley.
On page 21 of the report, section 34, there's an indication that an assessment about the trade effluent is dependent upon submission of proposed discharge rates and breakdown of the chemicals in that effluent. Is there any further information regarding what that would be and the quantity of it?
So let me just see if this is relating to foul surface. Certainly in terms of surface water, there's going to be a silt and oil interceptor before then the water is transferred to soakways underneath the site. Foul drainage, I mean, there's probably going to be very limited foul drainage from this development, given its.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stutley?
Thank you, Chair. Following Councillor Neil's point about access for the cycleway, is it possible for this committee to condition or add to the condition to prioritise cyclists on that pedalway, please?
I think that's down to county, but I'm not sure.
Well, the question was, can this committee condition that?
Mark?
Just going to bring Sarah. Which condition is it, Sarah, on the recommendation?
It would be, hang on. It'd be I moved them around. There should be one on there. Has it slipped off? It would be probably condition 16 included within the off-site highway work. So it's the access, the crossing point and the footway all rolled into one.
So we could ask for a detailed scheme to be submitted, and we could, well, I think the difficulty here is understanding exactly what county highways would want, but we could have something in there which certainly gives an indication that would be our, the preferred option would be for something which has cycle priority.
Okay, do members agree with that?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I was going to ask, at what point can we ask for that condition? Because that was one thing that I was going to do later. Is it now or?
No.
Okay, well, I would like to have that condition.
Yeah. Any members objecting to this? No, that's fine then. If it's no more, Councillor Lubbock.
All I would say is that if other access points along there don't have the same priority for cyclists, then it becomes an exception, and it's difficult then to have any sort of consistency. If the schemes are put out to consultation with cycle organisations, then I think it's up to them to comment on it. And I just think that if this particular access is out of line with other access points, it makes it difficult for a cyclist to know who's got the right of way. And you need to know where you stand as a cyclist. It is unusual for cyclists to have that priority. We have it in Eton, and it does cause problems because it's not very well understood by either cyclists or by motorists. And I'm just looking for some consistency. And I think when the scheme comes before it goes public, I think, going out to consultation, I think it's probably good that those organisations who know about these things look at it in an overall sort of, with an overall sort of perspective, rather than we just look at this individual one.
Yeah, good point, Judith. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I had two other questions which have kind of been touched on, but are not quite the same. One is about the foul drainage.
Councillor Graham, can we just get into this proposal that we put on there about cycling first?
Oh, sorry, it doesn't relate to that.
That's okay. Councillor Neil and then Councillor Stootley.
Okay, this is not really a debate, but as far as the cycleway is concerned, the long-term objective is that all cycleways will be in this format, because that's what they do in most other countries on the continent, and it works very well. It's for motorists to be educated, and so I would still like to propose this. And if we need to go to the vote, I would like someone to second it, please.
Councillor Stootley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I will be happy to second this proposal, but also just to mention that if we have a condition on this, it will help in the consultation going forward, because it will be a reference point for other sections of the cycleway, not just here but around the city. Thank you.
Okay, that's been proposed and seconded. Now, do anyone else want to say
Sorry,
anything?
Chair.
Councillor Rogers? Jackie?
I'm not councillor yet.
No.
Can we just be clear what members are voting on, please? Because
that cyclists should get priority over traffic on the crossing to the entrance of the site.
but what status is that? Is that your preferred option, which has been raised by Mark? I think we just need to go back to Mark before we move on.
Mark?
Well, obviously we are getting into debate, but just a couple of points on what's being discussed is that obviously the pedalway doesn't exist at the moment, so I think we'd struggle to achieve a cycle priority crossing there if the pedalway doesn't exist. I think it may be that could be changed when the pedalway is put in, if the access is already in. But I think our thought was that it depends on the timescale of when this development comes forward to a certain extent, and when the access is dealt with. But we're talking about the detailed wording of condition 16 here, and we can certainly word it in such a way, I think, whereby if the pedalway is in, that needs to be considered. The other minor point to just point out on the highways side of things is we're not talking about an access here with a phenomenal amount of traffic movements on it. It's not an access to a residential development, for example. It's an access to a single use vehicle hire facility. So yeah, I think we could probably detail that wording to sort of give a clear steer on what we would expect to happen if the cycleway exists when this development goes forward, would be my recommendation. Just very briefly, sorry, just going back to the matter that Councillor Huntley raised, the Anglian Water comments on foul drainage. I think we received at a time when they thought that all the water from the site would go to foul. So they're slightly out of context, whereas we've asked for further information on surface water drainage, which has led to them proposing soakways with oil and silt interceptors. So I think that comment, just to clarify that earlier point, was on the basis of the time when they're expecting all the water to go to foul drainage.
Councillor Maxwell.
Just a thought, would they consider moving the cycle lane to the opposite side of the road? Because if they're going up to the roundabout and turning round, there'd be twice as much traffic on that side.
Can I just say that we're not talking about the cycleway, we're actually talking about this
I know,
site.
but that would be the answer.
I mean, we'll start talking about what about a plane lane behind the airport or something. I mean, we can go on and on and on. Councillor Smaisy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I understand and I agree with what Councillor Lovelock says, that it be consistency is important. And I also understand that this isn't going to be a high volume of traffic, but these are very large vehicles. And I think it's important, actually, these are really large vehicles that pedestrians and cyclists have precedence and that's made clear and I don't know how you do that exactly, signage, contracts, whatever, but I just wanted to make that point.
Councillor Stootley?
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to suggest that we come up with some wording for recommendation 16 so that it's clear what we're voting on.
Councillor Neil?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, we need to. I think what Mark has said, that we should be voting whether he should put in on the condition 16 that this is what the committee are asking for if the cycleway is developed there at a later stage. So that when then will be an indicator on the consultation that comes forward if it does or not. So we need to put it in there now. That's what we should be voting on.
Mark?
So I mean, condition 16 of the vote, we don't put the full detailed wording of these conditions in the report. We put a summary of what the condition, or the emphasis of the condition is, so that detailed wording can be taken forward and agreed with the applicant following the meeting. But essentially, what you've got in here at the moment is no commencement of development until a detailed scheme for off-site improvement works have been submitted and approved. And for those to then be implemented. So when we word this in detail, we would potentially say is something along the lines that, you know, where a cycleway is in existence on the eastern side of Holt Road, that those details shall include provision for cycle priority over the access way. Essentially, but something along those words is what we could put in.
Thank you, Mark. If we take a quick vote on this, all those in favour of what was suggested, please show. Keep your hand up. That's unanimous.
Sorry, it's unanimous, Brett. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we move on there. Councillor Graham, you said you had a couple more questions.
Thank you. One was about foul water drainage. The Water Authority has asked for petrol oil interceptors, and I think that might be conditioned in condition 20, but it wasn't that clear to me, and so I wasn't sure. So I just want to check that that was covered. And the other one was about hard surfacing, which Councillor Samaisi mentioned. And obviously, if you've got heavy lorries, you need hard surfacing, but I wonder if all of the area needs to be hard surfaced, or if we can condition some permeable surfacing, some planting in the areas that aren't in use by those lorries. I mean,
I think that's been done, Councillor Graham. I don't know if Mark will come back.
Yeah, I mean, that's covered in the report. We have raised that with the applicant. We've sought as much planting as we can get out of them, essentially, and this is essentially the proposal that you need to vote on. Obviously, they are talking about potentially quite significant vehicles, so there is a sort of an engineering requirement in terms of that hard standing, in terms of the weight and size of vehicles that you need to be able to take. That's part of their reason. I mean, in terms of it being permeable to a certain extent, there's other issues with that in terms of oil and silt, and so actually you get by using the cycleways, you get as near to sort of a natural drainage approach as we can on a scheme like this, whilst whilst mitigating against things like oil contaminants from the vehicles. And in terms of planting, yes, the scheme has changed. We've got more planting than was in the scheme when it originally came in. I think we've said that in the report. You know, it's slightly balanced. I think ideally we might have a bit more, but we feel as officers that this is approvable.
Okay, thank you very much. The recommendation is to approve, and I'm going to move that. Have we got a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. We move on to discussion. Any discussion? Councillor Peake, did you put your hand up now? No discussion. We'll move straight on to the vote. And all those in favour of the application, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. We now move on to 4B, and Councillor Samaisi, I think you will have to be put into a room on your own somewhere. I think Jack is about to get rid on you.
Do I just stay here, but I'm blocked out? Is that what it is?
Yeah. You go. No, I put you into. I think I remove you from the meeting.
Okay. And how do I know to come back, Jackie?
Oh, it says you won't be able to rejoin if I do that. Hang on.
Check. I think you put them in the waiting room. Let me have a.
Oh, thank you, Stuart. I can't because I've got. Yeah. Can you do that, Stuart?
How will I know to come back, Jackie?
I don't know.
I believe Stuart will be able to let you back in.
Yeah.
No, but how will I know what time to? I mean, am I still just sitting here in this spot? I don't know what I'm doing.
Still on it.
Hello.
Do we have to ring people up?
Councillor Maisie, what I'll do is I'll put you in the waiting room, and then as soon as the chair says it's good to you to come back, or Jack says for you to come back, you'll come back. So if you just don't mind waiting.
Just sit here, yeah?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, lovely, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye, Jane. Won't see you later.
Okay, Chair, sure. I'll start sharing my screen for the second item.
She's still on screen. No, she's off. Okay, Mark. Thank you.
Okay. So the second item is a row of relates to a row of garages on Leopold Road. Sites outlined in red. We've got 6 garages. Leopold Road here, Leopold Close, just to the south, and to the north, a number of properties on Melrose Road, with gardens coming up to the side and rear of the site. Some pictures of the site. So these are the garages in question. As you can see, sort of fairly run down. These are rears of the terraces on Melrose Road. And this is the next item on the agenda, in fact, relates to the property that's recently been constructed next door and some amendments to that. So the proposal is for a single-storey, 1-bedroom property, as shown. It's obviously quite a small and constrained site, but there's enough space for a small garden around, some parking areas, and bin cycle storage. It's just showing the sort of floor layout of the site. So we've got a sort of kitchen dining area, a small living area, and a bedroom. So this is a resubmission following an officer refusal. There was a scheme for sort of a 1.5-storey dwelling on the site, which we refused earlier in the year, principally on a number of fronts in terms of design, but also in terms of neighbour immunity. That proposal was significantly higher than this one, and given the limited depth of the site, we felt that was going to have an unacceptable impact on the immunity of sort of the rear garden areas of the properties on Melrose Road. We've been supplied with this sort of street view of the property. If anyone's wondering what the green stuff is, that is in fact a hedge. So you see the relationship between this single-storey property and the terrace on Melrose Road here, and also the relationship between it and the recently constructed new build. We point out that this is probably based on the previously approved plans rather than that is the 1.5-storey property that's been constructed. That appears to be based on the previously approved plans rather than the ones you're going to see today, which remove the timber cladding. So it's a fairly small property, but on balance, well, officers' view is that this is acceptable. We've got a sort of fairly underutilised, sort of rather sorry-looking site, and whilst it's a fairly small property and perhaps not entirely characteristic of the area, we feel that on balance it's a reasonable use of the site, brings another dwelling, it meets space standards for a single bed dwelling, and therefore is an acceptable use of that site. So the recommendation is to approve as outlined on page 47.
Thank you, Mark, for that. If you can put us back on shared screen again. Is there any questions from anyone? Councillor Button.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a single story. I just wonder what the roof light is for. Is that for perhaps future development in the roof space?
So the roof space is there's no way you'd get space in the roof. I don't know if the sections are reproduced in the committee report. Let me just have a look. Oh yeah, if you look on the first page of plans, if you look at section AA and section BB, you'll see the roof space doesn't have anywhere near the amount room to get any accommodation in the roof. The roof light is shown on section BB, I think, and it's just providing some light way to the hall. So the hall it's literally, it's actually on the plan as well, that sort of hatched rectangle just in front of the front door on the floor plan is the roof light, simply providing some light to the hallway.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. I was just looking on page 41, one of the issues raised, and they mentioned that, or they claim that it's an amenity that's going to be lost, and all garages are occupied. Is that a material fact? Is it a fact? Because it looks as if it's all overgrown and not used. But
is that actually in the report on the section?
Yeah, I believe it is. So
yeah, that is.
I think they are in use, but two are used for parking and the rest are used for storage, I believe.
Okay.
That is in the report.
Yeah, number 37, 38.
Yeah.
Okay. The proposal is to recommend approval. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Maxwell again. Any discussion? Councillor Lovick.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think the view you gave of the street scene, to my mind, shows how incongruous it is with the street scene. There are no bungalows in the area whatsoever, and I think it's a poor use of the space. It's not in character with the area. The accommodation is very small. And although we never saw the 1.5 story chalet, I think at least if the height had been similar to the one next door, it would have produced a better building in the street scene. So I think it's poor quality and incongruous, and I'm not prepared to vote for this. It looks just what it is.
Thank you, Councillor Lovick. Councillor Stootley.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I agree that actually the design here is pretty low end, and in one of the areas of the city where you've got an opportunity to maximise profits, we've got a missed opportunity here to build something that's a bit more interesting, given that some of the complaints were about the height of the roof and it's been reduced. A flat roof building with a green roof and skylights might have been a better option here. And again, the footprint here is pushing the boundaries to the maximum. I'm in two minds at the moment about whether to vote for it. I think probably not. Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Yeah, I was in agreement with the other two. I'm assuming that the footprint of the actual building does fall within the parameters, but it's extremely squeezed in with very small amount of outside space. And I don't know where somebody said that it's in keeping with the rest of the street, because I've looked up the street and I can't see anything that looks remotely like that. So I think it's just an opportunist move to fill in a small space that would have been better as a garden to the place next door.
Well, I definitely wouldn't agree with giving it away to someone else. Councillor Stootley.
Just in the interest of accuracy, I believe there is a bungalow further down the street, but you can't actually see it from the street level. It's towards Newmarket Road. Thank you.
Mark, did you want to come back on any of these 2 points? Councillor Maxwell, I'll take you in a minute.
Well, I think the points about character, yeah. I mean, we acknowledge this as a different form of development, but then I think I just suggest the members maybe look at what's there at the moment. I mean, at the moment we've got sort of 6 fairly dilapidated looking garages there at the moment, and I think that's what it's that context that you need to consider this in relation to. You could, given the size of the site, you can't achieve a 2-story dwelling there that would be consistent with the character of the area, because it's simply not a big enough site. But you know, the reality is we've got a fairly small site, dilapidated garages. It's it's very different to what's around the area, but it's something that is it puts the land into better use, provides a home for someone. So that's the balance that the officers have considered, and why officers are recommending approval.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very much in favour of smaller buildings. When I moved down here, I moved from a 5-bedroom house to a 2-bedroom flat, because I couldn't see the point of one person in these great big huge houses. And I think that's what we should be looking at, so we can get more houses in for more people to be able to afford them. Okay,
Councillor Stutley, what come back?
Yes, thank you. That's the dilemma I'm having with this particular one, the fact that there will be demand for this, and smaller houses, smaller properties in the area is probably a beneficial thing. So again, I'm in 2 minds. Thank you.
Okay, well, you have to make your mind up quick, because we're now going to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation, which is to approve, please show.
Please keep your hands up until I call your names. Councillor Driver in favour. Councillor Huntley, Councillor Graham, Councillor Neal, Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Batten, Councillor Peake.
Against anyone?
There's members voting against.
Yeah, Councillor Lubbock.
Lubbock.
Any extensions?
Abstentions. Councillors Oliver and Stutley.
Okay, thank you very much. That's passed. We now go on to 4C, and Councillor Samaisi is still barred from coming in on this one.
Yes.
So she's still out.
Also, Chair, also just a reminder, Councillor Lubbock has an interest. Will speak, and then we'll leave the meeting, Stuart.
Yes.
So you know.
Thank you very much. Mark, can you go on to this one? 4C, application 1 Leopold Trails. Thank you. Mark, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Right, I'll start again.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're the site next door. It's a building that previously received consent and is a 1.5-story chalet that's been constructed. There was the original consent in 2018, some amendments in 2019. And so we're looking at some further amendments here. This follows sort of an enforcement investigation in relation to the building not being built in accordance with the approved plans. So I'll just run through some pictures of the property. Actually, I'll just so the differences essentially are outlined at paragraph 7 of the report. The floor level is a 15 centimetres higher. The ridge height is 25 centimetres higher. The eaves height is 30 centimetres higher. The dormer that you can see on the picture in front of you is higher, and there was a half hip on the approved plans to the sort of right hand side of the picture as you look at it here, which is gone. There was also some timber cladding on the approved plans, which is no longer in place. There's a slightly different configuration of door and window openings at the rear, and a slight revision to the landscaping, principally because the floor level is ends up higher, so there needs to be a ramp at this frontage. So if I just run through the photos, and then we've got some plans to show you what the approved and the now proposed plans next to each other, which should give you a really good idea of what the changes are here. So again, the sort of view from the frontage. So we've got number 1 Leopold close to the right hand side, garage side which is discussed to the left. This is from Leopold Close, looking at the gable end. So this gable end is where the half hip was proposed or was approved on the approved plans. So that was a half hip. It wasn't a hip down to the eaves. It was sort of a half hip, as you'll see on the plans I'll show you in a second. This is the view looking down Leopold Road, garage site on the left, and the gable end of the constructed dwelling. So this hopefully gives you a really good idea of what the changes are. So you can see this is the half hip, which is gone, and it's been constructed as shown at the bottom of the screen. You can just about see the changes in the height. You can see that sort of the building sits in slightly higher than was approved. The sort of pitch of this gable is slightly different, and the dormer sits in a slightly different position. And just in terms of the impact on the side elevations, again, that sort of half hip has been removed. Floor plans remain as proposed, and this is the site plan. So key change here is the sort of around the front door. We've now got a ramp up to the front door to ensure building regulations compliance, and there's a slight increase in hard standing to the rear.
Okay, thank you for that, Mark. We've now got one speaker, Councillor Lubbock. Can you put us back on screen, Mark, please? Councillor Lubbock?
Yes, thank you. As this is in my ward, I looked online to see if I could understand the differences between how it was built and the approved plans, and I found it very difficult to be precise about the differences. And so therefore I called the application in. But it's a different story when Mark actually shows you the before and the after, and actually, tells you the differences in terms of centimetres. So I do admit that the changes have been quite minor, but nevertheless, I still think that it should have been brought to the planning committee's attention, because there have been so many changes, and I think it's something we need to be aware of. It probably came to the planning's attention, but because of neighbours telling us about it, and these things do happen, and we need to be on our guard against them. So although I admit that they are very minor changes, they do have overall an impact, and especially if you are living close to this building. So that was the reason that I called it in. So I'm prepared to leave it at that, and to see what can be done or can be said to try and ensure that it doesn't happen again with other applications. That's
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Lubbock.
Chair, I'm just going to remove Councillor Lubbock to the waiting room. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, anyone? Councillor Button.
Councillor Button's muted.
Oh, yeah, done it. Yeah. Just wondering how much extra overseeing of the opposite properties that's made by the difference in the height and the difference in the height of the dormer window. Has this affected their amenity?
None at all, I would have thought. Mark?
Sorry, is it the height of the dormer? I mean, I don't think that has a particular significant impact on the level of views that you'd get on the other side of the street. I mean, I think that was one of the more significant changes. I think it was 40 centimetres higher, but still, I don't think that would particularly change the views. That I think the conclusion in the report is that would particularly change the views that would be.
Councillor Button, come back.
If that's not made any significant difference, then why did they change the plans that were approved? And they must have made some difference to why they want to do that.
Well, that's something completely out of our control. But I just like to ask, Mark, when did we come aware of this? Were they still building it? And was there anything that we could have done to make them put it back to how it was? Or was it finished or nearly finished. Could I have an explanation there, please, Mark?
Well, I think this is only really apparent when the roof was going on. I mean, we're talking about relatively
Late on.
We're talking about relatively minor changes in terms of height, yeah, it was only really apparent when the roof was on. So it was a reasonably late stage. I mean, we have powers to serve stop notices, but really that's where you're talking about. Well, really, there's got to be quite a significant level of harm to serve a stop notice, and it's got to often be development which is of a scale which you can't necessarily irreversible change potentially. Clearly, if members were to refuse this today, then you would logically then need to agree to take enforcement action to change the building back to its approved state. In terms of the question why this is different, it sometimes is a matter of sometimes when we get these proposals in, agents don't consider the implications of building regs fully, and then they go off, they do the detailed design, they figure out how much insulation they need, what the floor levels are going to be, and occasionally they fail to come back and realise they need to amend the plans once they've done the detailed design and realise that it's going to be 10-15 centimetres higher. That's quite often what happens and is the case, and when then they figure out the floor to ceiling heights internally, then you end up with this building that's slightly higher. That's often what the reason is. Obviously the hip being removed, I should imagine, is probably just thought it was a heck of a lot easier to construct, but again they should be coming back to us to agree amendments before building it.
Okay, that's more of a comment. I'll probably mention that in a minute. We're still on questions, Councillor Stuteley.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question's been partially answered, but I'll repeat it anyway. Are the developers obliged to contact the council when these matters come up?
Yes. I think I've answered that. That is yes, they should do. Councillor Neil.
Hello there. I don't want to get into debate, but just some clarification before we do. If, for instance, part of this change was accepted, i.e. there's a small amount of height increase, but the committee were minded to insist that they keep the half hip, which is a significant visual amendment. How do we go about that? Do we have to reject this completely, or can we?
We have to reject it completely, Councillor Neil.
Is that correct, Mark?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Huntley, are we still on questions?
Yes, Chair, this is a question.
Thank you.
On page 57 of the report, we're told that there's significant technical difficulties which have resulted in these changes. Can I, just as clarification, ask that because this wouldn't be intentional unauthorised development, there isn't anything further that could be done in that regard?
Mark?
It doesn't really make a difference in planning terms whether it's intentional or not to your decision. Ultimately, you're deciding whether these, and whether it's retrospective or not shouldn't be an influence on your decision. Ultimately, you'd need to decide whether this is acceptable or not in terms of design. And any impact on amenity. Something I would just point out on this hip is really a design feature. It's not something that has really any amenity implications because it's on the south side of the property, so it wouldn't have any impact in terms of overshadowing because the neighbouring property is to the south. So it's more of a design feature. So the question for the committee is really whether this as constructed remains acceptable, and obviously members need to give a degree of weight to what they've approved previously. So we couldn't refuse this on the fact that we just don't like it anymore. It needs to be sort of whether the changes are acceptable in design, principally design in the amenity terms.
Councillor Huntley again.
Thank you for that, Mark. Yes, I take the point that the retrospective nature isn't something that we'd be taking into account here. Just to be clear then, that the significant technical difficulties which are mentioned on page 57 wouldn't preclude that half hip, which you're saying is more aesthetic detail. Is that correct?
Yes. Mark?
Just finding the piece of the report that you're referring to. Which paragraph is it?
57.
Yeah, page 57.
So it's page 57, paragraph 16.
Well, I mean, that's just the architect's reasoning for why they've done it, as opposed to anything that we've concluded. I think that I think they're essentially saying that I think it's basically saying it was easier to construct it without the half hip, saying that there was going to need to be significant steel work and structural work required to provide the half hip. Clearly, they should have spoken to us before doing so, but you know, that's their reasoning rather than any understanding we have. In terms of whether we refuse this and insisted the half hip goes back, what I don't know is how difficult or complicated that would be, or even feasible. But I think we may have to explore that further if members are minded to refuse the application.
Thank you. The application is recommended to approve. I'm going to move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Maxwell, thank you. We move on to discussion. I'm going to say something first. I'm getting pretty fed up with developers and builders actually changing what they actually want without asking. Personally, when I look at it, I think it's okay. I think it looks okay, but it did actually have complications to a plot of land next door where we're saying, well, the place next door is high, so that should have been lower. I mean, so it's actually having a go at other places around there as well. I think the prospect is, I think we need to approve this because I can't see any reason to turn it down. I think it looks okay. I think it's cosmetically okay for the area as well. But I think these planners, I think there should be a law in there that we can fine them or do something about this, which would have to be a government law. And as far as I can see what the government is doing, then nearly taking all our powers away. So that is my view. I will be voting for this, but I just don't like planners and developers getting away with not coming here, asking for something. It's like saying, I'll have a bungalow and building a hotel and say, well, sorry, we've already done it now. Councillor Stutley?
Sorry, Councillor Oliver's not in the room, so
yeah, we need to wait for Councillor Oliver. There she is again. Councillor Stutley?
Can I ask a question? Have you been there all the time? Fine. It's just that you do need to be there for the whole item if you want to vote on an item.
Councillor Stutley.
Thank you, Chair. I think I agree with you to a certain extent, but I think the way to stop this from happening is to have full enforcement when it does happen, and then developers will stop doing this. I look back at the original document for this, and paragraph 36. I'll just read part of that out. It says concerns, but this was back when this was approved. It says concerns were raised that should the development be approved, that retrospective changes or amendments would be made to the proposal. If the application is approved, the applicant will be required to carry out the development in accordance with the approved plans and details. So I just like to draw attention to that. And because of that and the reasons that Councillor Driver stated, I'm going to be voting against this and recommend we have full enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Neal, Councillor Button, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Neal?
Yeah, I agree in some respects what you said, Keith. But I fully agree with what Ian has said. This is an intentional, unauthorised development. Now, the fact that it's a few centimetres higher at the front door actually is more of a problem to them than the neighbours. The height of 25, 30 centimetres, I don't know whether, unless you actually measured it, you could have an issue with that. The fact is that they have that they were maybe technical things and they're not a big issue, and I wouldn't have had an issue with that. But taking out that hip roof is just them riding roughshod over the planning officers. And as Mark has said, they could have just discussed it with them and they might have come to an agreement on that, and we wouldn't be seeing this here. So I will not be voting for it. Whether it's detrimental to anybody else, it's detrimental to me and the principle of what planning rules are, because they're obviously going to get taken away from us in the future by what I read, but that's another issue.
Councillor Button.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, I echo what you said and what Councillor Neil said. This is just riding roughshod over planning. That was specifically mentioned in the previous plannings about building it to the plans, and they've just basically gone ahead willy-nilly. How many more times is this going to happen before we start taking note of these people? I mean, I'm not saying that the bungalow as it's, or the chalet as it stands looks okay, but that's the principle of the thing rather than what this actually looks like, in my opinion.
Councillor Maxwell and then Councillor Huntley. Marion, you need to turn your voice on.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say, I really think that we shouldn't approve this. But I go back to when we didn't approve the church, and the money that cost to take it through countless committees and what have you, and it still remained, and we lost out on it. So that's going to happen here. We're going to waste money. I really don't want to approve it, but we have to consider whether it's worth going through all the rigmarole. I know it's wrong, but it's going to cost us a lot of money.
Yeah, can I just say on that, we shouldn't be saying this will cost the council money or not, because we can get all the money back from if we actually win the appeal. But I do understand what Councillor Maxwell is saying about other developments, and I do believe that this development ain't too much more than what it was, except for that hip. And I believe that actually looks better coming down than it did come straight down. So I will be voting in favour of this. Councillor Huntley?
Thank you, Chair. I do want to concur with what everyone said about the principle here, but in terms of reasons why we might be wanting to review this, again, page 57 of the report, paragraph 20 does indicate that the amendments would be made materially affect the scale and appearance of the dwelling. I know it goes on to contradict itself by saying it's largely similar, but there is a material difference that I think we should be aware of here. The principle is important, absolutely, but in terms of what we're looking at here, this isn't a minor alteration according to how we're being advised in the report.
Can you just come back on? I didn't understand. Do you think this is minor, or do you think this is a major difference? Councillor Huntley?
I'm just reading what's on page 57 here. The amendments which be made materially affect the scale and appearance of the dwelling. That does seem to be significant and worth us taking into account here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm minded on that regard particularly. Not, as I say, I agree with the principle, but given that there's something substantial here, I'm minded to reject this.
Okay.
Keith, I think there's a few points of clarity that need to be made here. So when we're talking about whether something is material, we're talking about whether it's material or non-material. So if it was non-material, we wouldn't ask for any application. That's the context. So we can have non-material amendments, which are sort of amendments that we would, they're so minor that we wouldn't need a planning application for to regularise. So so when it's saying they are material, it's essentially saying we don't consider they're non-material. Clearly, the change to the hip is not immaterial to the design. So there are matters to consider here. A lot of the comments that have been made seem to be frustration against the system rather than necessarily this particular proposal, and quite simply, I really understand that, but I think it's frustration about the way the planning system works. It's not, there's no law that prevents someone from it's not a criminal offence to build something that's not in accordance with the plans, and they can, and there is the ability to apply retrospectively, as the case here. Yes, it's not something we'd like to happen, but ultimately I'm concerned that members are asking themselves the wrong question. Essentially, you need to ask yourself the question: is this acceptable or is it not? The Marion's point about the Beaufort Church is a case in hand. The implications there were far more significant, I'd suggest, than here. But yes, I mean, if we don't have planning grounds to refuse this on, i.e. things like design and amenity, then you're not going to stand much of a chance if this goes to appeal, and you won't, and we won't get costs back. Contrary to what you said, Keith, we won't get costs back on something like this if we even if we win the appeal.
Okay, I've got Councillor Neil and Councillor Stootley. Then I move to the vote.
I just want to make clear that I shall be voting against this, but I would be very happy to see a new submission. I'm not complaining about the minor amount of height increase, it's the larger bits. So I will be voting against.
Councillor Stootley.
Thank you. Yes, I was just going to say that the applicant can come back with modifications which might be more acceptable, and to avoid full enforcement that way. Thank you.
Yeah, that's your view, Councillor Stootley. My view is they are acceptable what they are at the moment. So I know he should have come back to us and he didn't. And I agree with what everyone's saying about planners going off and doing what they want. And I think we should take enforcement action. I think we should be in touch with the press and say that we're getting fed up with planners doing this. You know, it's just outrageous, really. We will move to the vote now. It's been proposed and seconded that we approve this. Can I have all those in favour, please show?
Recorded vote, Chair. So it's Councillor Driver, Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Peake.
Councillor Oliver.
Sorry, Councillor Oliver, I beg your pardon. Sorry, it's difficult to see. Thank you. Sorry.
All those. Thank you. All those against, please show.
That's Councillor Huntley, Councillor Stootley, and Councillor Neil.
And extensions, please show.
Councillors abstaining.
Yep.
Councillors Graham, Councillors Button. That's two, yeah.
Okay, so
sorry, can I just check? I've covered everybody. Thank you.
The recommendation to approve has been approved. Thank you, committee, even though we don't like it. Now move on to 4E. We need to bring Councillor Samaisi back and leave Councillor Lovick out. No, we don't. You got to bring Councillor Lovick back as well. Yep. Hi, everyone.
Is Councillor Samaisi back?
Yes, she is.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you.
Can we just tell the other two councillors both were approved? And we're now moving on to 4E, which is the Strangers Club 2224 Elm Hill. And Mark, are you taking us through this one?
Yeah, you've missed an item 4D, 149.
Oh yes, 149 Lincoln Street. Sorry about that, Mark.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 149 Lincoln Street. Just check that everyone can see the screen.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Good. So we're on the corner of Lincoln Street and Pussfield Road. This is a residential property, but with a small retail corner shop. So show you some pictures. So the majority of the property is in residential use, but the sort of corner room here is still in retail use. I don't believe it's been used for retail use for some time, but it remains in retail use. This is the entrance to the residential property here. and this is the view from the other side, sort of Porterfield roadside. The existing floor plans, as you can see, the majority of the ground floor in orange there is residential, and the shop unit is in brown. It's relatively small, 25 square meters, so it couldn't be converted to a residential unit in its own right. So the proposal is to incorporate it into the rest of the residential accommodation. This is the existing first floor, so you see you've got a couple of rooms upstairs and a further room at the back. So this is the proposed plan, which is quite simply to change this room into residential and to link it here into the remainder of the residential unit. Just in terms of the elevations, before you move on, Keith, the sort of fairly limited change. The sort of features of the shop front are essentially, in terms of the bay windows, are essentially retained, but with some privacy screening to provide privacy to the residential property behind.
Okay, good. If you put us back to main screen, is there any questions by anyone? No. The recommendation is to approve. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Maxwell, thank you. Discussion, anyone? Councillor Neil.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is a shame that it wouldn't be a retail unit anymore, but from the history of there, that it's very unlikely that's going to happen anyhow. What I'm concerned about is that we're just increasing more again on multiple occupancy buildings, which are already saturated in the area. But saying that, I can find no material planning reasons to refuse it. So reluctantly, I will be voting for.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Neil. I did ask the question about multiple occupisation, and if they need to turn it into a large one, they need to come back and ask us anyway. And anyone can turn their house or into a small one, I understand anyway. So we couldn't do anything about that. No comments. We move straight on to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation, please show. That's unanimous. Councillor Graham?
Oh, Councillor Graham, has she got her hand up? No.
No.
No, I wanted to make a comment, but I'm going to abstain.
Okay, no problem. All those in favour, please show. Jackie, you're on mute.
All members voting in favour apart from Councillor Graham, I take it, yeah?
Councillor Graham, you are voting against or abstaining?
I'm voting against.
Thank you very much for that. We now move on to item 4E.
Chair, could we have a comfort break, please?
Members need a comfort break. Shall we have one? 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, Jackie?
Yeah,
Chair,
that's fine.
can everybody turn
Okay,
the
so we'll
videos
see you
off
back
and
here.
mute, please, because we're on live stream.
Sorry?
Can everybody turn their videos off?
Yeah.
And mute, because I'm going to continue the live stream on, so it will continue on YouTube, if that makes sense.
Okay, 11:30, everyone. And try and get back really quick. Thank you.
Jackie, I'm just waiting for the chair to return before I take the screen, the share screen off.
Thank you, Stuart.
Jackie,
Yes.
I can't. My screen's not coming on.
I will have a look.
Yeah.
How do you get your picture back up?
Start
Members,
video.
you just click on the video icon.
You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I've got the same.
Oh.
I've got the same message.
Okay, bear with me then. It may be because you didn't turn off initially and I turned you off.
Okay. The host has asked you to start. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Mine's not showing either, and I had stopped it.
Okay, I think if you turned off yourself, you're fine. So, Marion, you should be able to do it now.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Is everybody else back?
There was one missing, isn't there?
Don't know if I'm back or not. Here I am. Yeah.
Good. I think, Chair, you're ready to go then.
Okay, thank you very much for coming back. Can just remind everyone this is live screening, and we'll move on to the next application, which is 4E now, which is the Strangers Club 2224 Elm Hill. And Mark, if you could take us through the
No, that's
agenda.
that's going to be me, Chair. So
David.
I'm just going to share my screen.
Thank you.
In a second, and maximize it.
Yes, we're there.
Sorry, should have been scrolling through at the same time and keeping pace with Mark, but I haven't. So just apologies. Nearly there. Okay, thank you. Right, the application the next item rather deals with two applications: planning and listed building consent for the retention and modification of an extraction flue from the kitchen area of the Strangers Club, which is at 22 to 24 Elm Hill. The Strangers Club is a Grade 2 star listed building. There are a number of other listed buildings in the area, and of particular relevance to this particular application are the properties at 28 and 26 Elm Hill, which are also Grade 2 star and immediately adjoin the application site. Just for reference, obviously Elm Hill is here and the river is at the back, and then there's a area of open space at the back of the Strangers Club, and then a car park with some garages in it here. The extraction flue actually goes out into this little space here between the two buildings. It's a very tight space. At most, it's only 0.7 meters wide. And when I come on to the photographs, you'll see how tight it really is. This is a plan looking down. This is the opposing wall to the adjacent Grade 2 star listed building. This shows the kind of layout of the kitchen to the Strangers Club, and this is the cooker hood. The extraction system comes out through here. And we're standing in the car park at the back of the properties, and the Strangers Club is this property here, and the adjacent 2 stars listed building is this one here. And the photos will kind of take us into this gap between the building. You can see it's already quite narrow here, but it gets much narrower as you go into it. So you can see there's already scaffolding up there for kind of the maintenance of the buildings, and you can see the tight fit. And we're still going into the gap. The gap goes down here. So this is still the Strangers Club, and this is the adjacent property. And then the gap is actually here. This is where the flue is, and this is the flue extract, which you can see. The issues that need to be considered in this application are the impact of the flue upon the Strangers Club itself, Grade 2 star listed building, but also upon the adjacent property, which is similarly protected. There are also amenity issues which have been raised by objectors, and these relate to noise and odour, because the upper floor of the adjacent property, although it's been empty since about 2015, it does have a residential use, and there is a window which you can just see here. It's got a grille across it, but there is a window to that first floor. There's two elements to the proposal, which might sound a little bit strange to start off with, but hopefully it'll become clearer as I explain. First of all, there is the hole, which has been cut in the side of the Strangers Club. And then there is the equipment that has been placed in that hole. And the reason that I make a distinction between the two parts is that the hole itself, to the best of our knowledge, was cut many years ago, back in 1965. And that hole predates the modern system of listed building control. And it predates the rule which was introduced in 1970 through a 1968 Act, which, unlike other unauthorized works, they become lawful. Listed building works under the modern system don't become lawful over time. Under the previous system, there was no such provision. And also the system for controlling works to listed buildings was much less formal than it is today. It didn't require the formal application for listed building consent that the cutting a hole in the side of such a building as this would actually need. That puts us in a position where part of the development, which consent is being sought for, which is necessary for the flu, is immune from enforcement action. The hole is there. We cannot take enforcement action against that. The extraction system itself is much more modern and is covered by the modern system of listed building control and planning control. So it is not immune in that sense. The dates are covered in the report, and we've tried to set out in paragraphs 8 and 9 the relevant the time periods when various things were done. It also does mean that the current extraction system, which we believe was put in there in about 1996, is itself actually immune from enforcement under planning control. However, they're not simply seeking to retain the current extraction system, they actually want to improve it, and I'll come on to why in a moment. What they want to do, and that, sorry, I just moved closer up, and I'll come back to that picture in a minute. I'll come back to that. What they want to do is the current system, and these plans are in your agenda in black and white. This is a cross section through the gap. What they want to do is the current system is this area in light grey here. What they want to do is they want to put in a new mesh filter, which will take out more of the grease and fumes from the from what goes out into the gap, and then put a baffle plate on the front, which will then divert the air around the extract system rather than pushing it out onto the wall of the adjoining property. Because one of the things that has happened over time as a result of the current arrangement, and I'll just go back, oops, no, I can't do that, is that the wall of the adjacent property has kind of become coated in fatty residue from the warm air exiting the kitchen extract and condensing and leaving behind the fatty residue. The objector claims that that has affected the structural integrity of the wall. It's obviously caused at least aesthetic damage and is not something that we would wish to perpetuate. But so the proposal is to add a baffle plate, which would kind of extend the flue extract system out into the gap, but would stop or reduce the amount of warm moist air that actually gets blasted out onto the wall of the adjacent property. And that is simply a view, if you were able to, of standing in the gap and what the baffle plate would actually look like. It'd be mounted on tie rods, so it could be removed, because one of the issues again raised by the Preservation Trust who are interested in taking on the tenancy of the adjacent building have raised is that extending the system into the space between the buildings makes it difficult to maintain. This would extend it further, and the figures are actually in the committee report about the current dimensions of the extract system and how much this would extend it by. But the baffle plate is removable, so it won't make it, if maintenance access is required to what is already a very tight space, this won't make it any worse than what it is at the moment, and it is intended to actually mitigate the harm that's being caused to the adjacent listed building. The recommendation is to approve both the planning and listed building applications, and it is referred to committee at officer discretion. I mean, at least in part because it's actually a building owned, both buildings are actually owned by the City Council. So whilst the applicant isn't the City Council, obviously we do have an interest. Also of note is that the adjacent listed building is on the at-risk register. And as I say, the recommendation is to approve. There are statements for this application that have been submitted by both the applicant and the objector, and Mark will read those out. I'm just going to stop sharing my screen for the moment. There are photographs that accompany this statement by the Preservation Trust, and I will share my screen again so that you can, they have been circulated, but I will share my screen again so that members can see the photographs that the Preservation Trust have submitted when Mark reads out their statement. Okay. I can't hear what you're saying, Keith, you're on mute.
No, thank you, David, for that. If do we want to go on to Mark's pictures first?
They're part of the Preservation Trust's representation. So as Mark reads them out, I'll get them on the screen. Okay, Mark, if we go through there first, please.
Yep. Okay, so just to make clear, this is a statement. I'll start with the one from the Norwich Preservation Trust.
Thank you.
This is an objection from them. So these applications seek retrospective consent for a kitchen flue extractor unlawfully installed by the Strangers Club at this Grade 2 star listed building. It was submitted only after NPT, Norwich Preservation Trust that is, reported the matter on the 28th of March 2019 to Planning Enforcement and NPS as landlord's agents. No enforcement action was taken. On the 13th of July 2016, NCC Cabinet, Council Cabinet, agreed to transfer the neighbouring long-term vacant park condemned Grade 2 star listed 26 to 28 Elm Hill to the Norwich Preservation Trust on a long lease, thus enabling Norwich Preservation Trust to access grant funding not available to Norwich City Council to undertake the extensive repairs needed to bring 26 to 28 back into use and remove it from Historic England's National Heritage Risk Register. Whilst Norwich Preservation Trust conducted a £22,000 options appraisal for the repair and reuse of 26 to 28 Elm Hill, a pungent frying odour within the building was traced to the Strangers Club kitchen extractor, which vents moisture and flammable fatty emissions into the 65 centimetre space between the buildings, and due to lack of air movement enters through the windows above. Emissions have also caused 26 to 28 Elm Hill structural damage. There is only a 65 centimetre gap between the buildings, making scaffolding maintenance access difficult even without the unlawful extractor taking up half the space. As planning failed to consult Norfolk Fire Service as all the requisite national amenity societies, Norwich Preservation Trust brought the application to their attention. When it became evident that planning would not recommend refusal or negotiate with the Strangers Club to relocate the extractor to the open west side, away from 26 to 28 Elm Hill, Norwich Preservation Trust's Vice Chair met with the Strangers Club surveyors. A solution was found rerouting the flue internally and exiting west via the Strangers' modern brick rear lean-to. Historic England indicate that this alternative scheme would be acceptable if submitted, but Strangers Club have failed to submit it for the consideration. Local authorities have a duty to deal with planning and listed building applications at their own listed buildings as exemplars of good practice to other owners. It is important they don't offer lesser protection to their buildings than their listed status requires, and that the special regard to the desirability of preserving the building applies as it would if the listed building belonged to a member of the public. I think that's a reference to section 66 of the Planning Listed Building Conservation Areas Act. Retrospective consent would regularise this unlawful development, which is significantly harmed and will continue, even with the proposed adaptations, to harm two nationally important Grade 2 star listed buildings. The current fire risk proposed to Strangers Club 26 to 28 Elm Hill, and the rest of the timber frame terrace of Elm Hill is substantial. For the reasons, the applications should be refused and planning enforcement action should be taken. Whilst the flue remains in its current location, the persistent stench, fire risk and ongoing structural damage make 26 to 28 Elm Hill unfit for occupation. No developer would invest the required £500,000 to repair and return the listed building at risk to beneficial use, and the council will have failed in its duty to preserve 26 to 28 Elm Hill. So that was the objection and statement from Norwich Preservation Trust. I'll now move on to the statement from the applicant. Just take a quick sip of water. So, this is a statement from the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to submit a brief statement in support of our applications. Strangers Club was formed in 1927 and leased in that year our then newly refurbished building from the City Council, and our kitchen was installed. There are no records showing when an extraction system was first installed, but the club has a record of an extractor fan being in place in 1965. The extractor fan was upgraded in 1994 at the request of the City Environmental Health Officer and tweaked in 1996. In the 25 years following the upgrade, there were no comments or complaints about our kitchen from the City Council or our neighbours until the end of last year, when concerns of grease emissions, odours, noise and damage to the opposing wall were raised by MPS. This resulted in the club discussing the council's officers' various methods to overcome these concerns, resulting in the current applications. In the meantime, the club's committee is particularly concerned at allegations that we have breached listed building controls, and the applications are in part designed to remedy those allegations. The officer's report to the committee very fairly and comprehensively deals with all the aspects of our current applications. We hope the committee will accept its recommendations and approve our applications.
Thank you, Mark, for that. There's no more statements.
Chair,
Chair, we've got Councillor Lovick who
sorry, Chair, just a procedural motion. We've already had a statement from NP, the Norwich Preservation Trust. Councillor Lovick has requested to speak. Is that right, Councillor Lovick? But that would really be at your discretion under the new rules, because we've had a statement from that organisation. If anything, Councillor Lovick wants to, Councillor Lovick can then speak, but would need to leave the room. Okay, that would be at your discretion.
Chair, in using your discretion, I would point out the applicant isn't here able to offer that same discretion to them. So I think you need to bear in mind treating the applicant and any objectors fairly in any decision you make now.
Okay, I'm going to allow Councillor Lovick to speak, and then she will have to leave the room. So we'll take Councillor Lovick first. Councillor Lovick.
Thank you, Chair, for using that discretion in my favour. I'm a director of the Norwich Preservation Trust, and I'm speaking on behalf of all the trustees, and that is Councillor Stonnard, Councillor Kevin Maguire as chair of the trust. They've, a bit like me, been appointed as a representative from this council to the trust. Also on the board of directors are Rory Quinn and David Raby, and representatives from the Norwich Society. The trust's organiser and surveyor is Chloe Canning-Trigg, a former conservation officer of this city council. And I just want to underline the aim of the charitable trust, which is to restore historic buildings of the city, bringing them back into commercial use. And we do this largely in conjunction with the City Council. We have the expertise and finances to do the work, while the council has the properties that are in need of repair. And recent successes include the Britain Arms and other properties in Elm Hill. We'd like to continue to work in partnership with the council, but this application would put that at risk. as the £22,000 that the Trust has spent on a feasibility study for the neighbouring property of 2628 Elm Hill would be wasted, as we could not continue with rescuing this building if this application is approved today. It simply would not be viable. Both properties are owned by the City Council, and the council do have a duty of care to these Grade 2 star listed buildings and to treat them equally, really. And if this application was allowed today, it would do significant. It would continue to mean that significant harm is done to the neighbouring property. It's not only the Norwich Preservation Trust that think this way. The objections included the Council for British Archaeologists, Dr. Brian Ayres, a former county archaeologist, Norwich Property Services, which is the agent of the City Council who look after our council properties, and also the Norwich Society. They all recognise the very serious harm and blight that will continue to be done to 26 to 28 Elm Hill by the Strangers Club kitchen flue, even with the minor proposed addition of a baffle. And with the baffle, it is, as you saw from the photographs, 1.5 metres high and in a gap of 65 centimetres. So is there much chance of the baffle plate being inspected and maintained regularly? I think the answer to that is no. There really is a workable alternative to locating the flue in an extension to the Strangers Club. It's on the west elevation, and the Norwich Preservation Trust has been in discussion with the Strangers Club to look at this alternative solution. And we feel that that would be a sensible solution to this very complicated issue. And so there are clear heritage reasons why this application should be refused today, because the continued use of this flue does harm to a listed Grade 2 star listed building. And there is an alternative that can be investigated and to allow the solution to come forward in the near future without causing blight to the neighbouring property. I urge you to refuse this application, or at the very least to defer it so that this alternative solution can come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I must ask you to be put into a room on your own now, Councillor Lubbock, I'm afraid. Thank you. Is she gone, Stuart? Yes.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. David, did you want to come back on any of those statements, what we just heard from Mark and from Councillor Lubbock?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you. I have to say, I think some of the concerns expressed by the Preservation Trust are exaggerated. They refer to, for example, fire risk, and we have consulted with the fire service, and they have no objection. They have no objection to the proposed flue, and also bearing or the alterations to the existing flue, I should say. Also, the impact on residential amenity. Although the property has been empty since 2015, it was the upper floors were previously occupied as a flat, as a home, and we have no records from environmental health of any complaints being received from that property because of noise or smells. And bearing in mind how long the flue has been there, my suggestion is that if it had been a problem, we would have received complaints. I think it's also an exaggeration to blame the flu on the fact that the 26 to 28 is on the at-risk register. That the flu has been in, or an extract system has been in place for quite some considerable time, as set out in the report. So I think there are other factors in play, not just this flu. Councillor Lubbock made a point about maintenance. We are proposing a condition, if the applications are approved, that would require a maintenance regime. Because yes, if these things are not maintained, then they don't work as well as they should when they're first installed. Also, the Preservation Trust and Councillor Lubbock mentioned the potential for an alternative solution. To the best of our knowledge, that's not an option that's on the table. It's not been presented to us as an option, and indeed, our view is that given the hole that is already there and the harm that hole causes, the proposal to improve the existing extract system is the least harmful in terms of heritage impact, and will improve the situation in terms of the fatty deposits and the like, which are admittedly being deposited on the wall of the adjacent property. Hence our recommendation to approve. I would just point out that there's no objection to the proposals from Historic England, who are the body with statutory responsibility for commenting on applications for grade 2 for buildings of this listing, grade 2 star, and nor are there any objections from our own conservation officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to questions. I've got one first. When they changed the ventilation and upgraded it in 1995, who was the? Did we get in touch with the person who put in the new one, which is there now, to see if there was one in there beforehand? Because at the moment we don't really know if this hall was done in 1968 or not. We're only on a hearsay, aren't we? Where if the person who put the fan in would know if he took one out or not.
Well, we have nothing to kind of contradict the statements made by the Preservation Trust, and it's we've no reason to disbelieve them about their statements about when the hole was put in, and there's nothing on site that would actually cause them to that has led either our conservation office to actually think that statement is untrue. Okay. So as far as we're concerned, sorry, one moment, Jackie. As far as we're concerned, the hole was put in 1965.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I just want to check. You said you've got nothing. I've just written it down. Nothing that you in the statement to it contradicts the statement by the Norwich Preservation Trust. Did you mean to the Strangers Club?
Strangers Club, yes, I do.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I took it as. Yeah. Okay, we're on questions. Questions, anyone? Councillor Neil. And then Councillor Stutley, and then Councillor Hutley.
Just a couple of technical questions. The wall opposite, where is the nearest window or grill or anything that could actually have any effects of what's coming out of the extractor?
I'd best be able to answer that by showing the pictures. But do you want to give me your other questions, and then I might be able to use the pictures to answer those as well.
Also, again, I'm not that. I do know about extractors, but I'm not that technically minded. The baffle will go up, which means that the exhaust, whatever is coming out of there, will be deflected upwards, downwards, and out both sides, which in normal circumstances means that could disperse quite easily. But I'm very conscious that it's going to be dispersed from the immediate exhaust coming directly out, only to be, I would have thought, potentially trapped in a very, very narrow area. So has any technical evaluation been done to see will the fat and smells be dispersed efficiently?
Okay. Again, I think I'm probably best answer those with pictures. So if you just bear with me, I will share the screen again. First of all, I'm going to take you back to the pictures that the Preservation Trust have put in to answer your question about the windows, which is the best one. Right, the nearest window is this one here, which if I pull back, sorry.
There is one with a grate on it.
Right, here you go. This is the extractor. There's one with a grate on, which is immediately opposite. And then there's the residential window. You can just see that the header of it up here, and it's this one here. So there are openings in the adjacent property immediately opposite. In this one, I mean, you can see the grime that has been deposited by the existing fan, which basically allows the air to come straight out and to hit the wall. I'm going to share the presentation again. And I'm going to share this one. You're correct, Councillor Neil, that this is a cross section, so it is a confined space, so it's not an ideal solution. And if we were doing if we were looking at a solution that kind of met all the modern standards, you would have a pipe going up through this space, and it would need to clear the ridge by around about 1 meter, have some kind of cowl on it, and probably have something in the pipe that kind of accelerated the airflow through it. So it's not an ideal solution, but it's kind of a two-stage process. You've got an existing filter here, which is the hood over the cooking area, and then you're putting a new which takes out some fat residue, although obviously not enough to prevent deposits on the opposing wall. You've then got a new mesh filter. You've got a You've got a new mesh filter here, which will significantly reduce the amount of fat in the in the condensate in the air. And then you've got the baffle, which does two things. One of which I've already mentioned, which is actually interrupt the flow of air, and as you say, it spreads it out and prevents it from blasting straight onto this wall. It also acts, because it's in colder air, it actually interrupts any the condensate in the system, and that will actually condense on the baffle itself rather than on the wall opposite. So you'll still get air, you'll still get warm air going out into a relatively enclosed space, but it will have less fatty residue in it than previously. Does that answer your question, Councillor Neil?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks.
We're all gone out. I have anyway. Thank you. Councillor Stootley.
Thank you, Chair. David, you mentioned that Historic England don't have any objections to this particular proposal. Were they made aware of the alternative solutions that were outlined by Councillor Lubbock and the other representation and written representation? Thank you.
Well, according to the statements by the NPT, they were, although Historic England have not spoken to us about the alternatives, and their written response to the application is that it reduces the harm and is the preferred solution to this issue.
They haven't made any reference. They haven't made any reference, though, have they, to the to an alternative solution, and they haven't discussed it in their response.
No, and as I say, my understanding of that is that their recorded view is that this is, given the hole in the wall that is already causing harm to the Strangers Club as a Grade 2 star listed building, that this is their preferred solution. That's my understanding.
Councillor Hutley.
Thank you, Chair. The issue that's raised on page 83 talks about the reduction of fire risk that can potentially be ameliorated by a maintenance schedule. Paragraph 53 does talk about that gap being severely restricted. So I wondered if we could have some clarification on exactly what that maintenance schedule would look like in order to reduce fire risk in this area. I mean, given the catastrophic fire that happened a long time ago in Elm Hill, I think we need to be aware of the danger of fire in these buildings.
I agree, and I can't tell you the exact content of it, but it will cover things like cleaning the system to reduce the buildup of fat, and because one of the issues raised by the NPT is that the buildup itself is a potential fire risk. So we would expect any maintenance schedule submitted as part of the discharge of the condition to cover a cleaning schedule that would make sure it didn't get clogged up with fat and cause a fire risk.
Thank you, Councillor Smazy. Councillor Hutley first.
Could I just quickly follow up on that? So just for clarification, would cleaning and maintenance need to be taken on the outside on that baffle?
The baffle would need to be cleaned, yes.
In this severely restricted gap?
It comes off.
Yes, it's screwed on and can be unscrewed.
And suitable maintenance can be managed in the gap that we've got there.
It would possibly require scaffolding, and it is a tight area, but it's not impossible. I mean, you saw the scaffolding already in the gap at the moment, so the gap does not preclude maintenance. It makes it difficult, but it doesn't preclude it.
That's just amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. First of all, David, and it's just, I just was listening to you talking as you were showing those pictures, and when Councillor Neil asked about what's the closest windows, you hovered your cursor over the one with the grill, and then took it to the one where there's an obvious window without a grill and said, and this is the residential window. So that room behind that grill that's got a window, what's that room for, that one there?
The one that
would be very much the one that would be very much closest and affected by anything, whether it's a baffle or whether it's what's going on at the moment.
I don't know the answer to that question. I can ask Lara Emerson, who's listening, and if she can give me a response to that, I can come back to you on that.
Okay, and the reason oh, sorry,
Lara, did you want to come in on that question first?
Magic, there she is.
Yeah, here I am. So the residential accommodation is only on the top floor. So that window that you can see closer to the extract is not in residential use. It is in whatever use the ground floor of the unit is, which I believe historically has been retail, although it's been vacant for a number of years.
Can I just ask Lara on that? Is it true that if the conservation...
Sorry.
Yeah,
can I finish?
Yeah.
I'll just come back on something. Can I just finish? Sorry.
Yep.
So just to be clear then, because I'm curious about this, because and that's kind of just listening carefully. I heard that residential bit because I didn't realise that, but I probably didn't read it as closely as I should have done. So it could be, and we don't know this, it could be that stopped being a residential usage because of some impact from that behaviour with that flu, I suppose. I don't know. But we don't know what that ground floor has been used for, but it could become in residential use in the future.
No, that's not what we're saying. The property at 26 to 28 is in a mixed use. The last planning use of the I think what Lara is saying, and she'll correct me if I'm wrong, that the last planning use of the room to which the grilled opening gives access was retail.
I believe so. I don't know the exact layout of that building, but that floor certainly is in retail use as far as I know.
Yeah. Jane, you're muted. Jane, you're muted. Jane, we can't hear you. You're muted. Now you're muted again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
But as we've heard today, sometimes premises that have been used for retail can become, you know, for living purposes or for domestic purposes. So that was one thing that I wanted to ask. And then the second thing I wanted to ask was, when you showed the picture, David, those pictures are very good. So thank you for that presentation. It was really, really good. When you show the picture of those the wall, and you can see some damage there, and I'm sure it probably is quite a bit, you know, quite inflammatory. When you showed that, has any attempt been made to clean that wall that belongs to the neighbouring property, the one that's affected by this residue from the cooking?
I think it's, again, I don't know the answer to that question, but I think it's important to appreciate that this planning application is intended to make the situation better than it is at the moment. So it won't remove the deposits that are there already. That's a private matter between the owners of the two properties. So I'm getting quite a lot of feedback at the moment. That's essentially a private property matter between the owners of the two properties. But what this application is intended to do is to reduce the deposit of fatty residue on that wall going forward in the future. It can't remove the damage that has already been done. That needs to be addressed between the owners of the properties, and in this case, the owners of the property are the council. So the council and the Strangers Club is the tenant of the council. So the council has a remedy for for that issue. We've got to look at this from a planning point of view and taking into account the existing situation. Does and given the historical situation, does the current proposal make the matters better or worse?
Thank you, Councillor Peake.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My little question is an observation, then a question. On page 85, number 27, it said the addition of a mesh filter as a secondary filter should improve the filtration further. The introduction of an additional cow is designed to direct the vented air away from the adjacent building. It doesn't, because in that enclosed space, it just spreads it round further up the wall. Has that been taken into consideration? And I think that is worded wrongly.
David?
I think that kind of comes back to the point that I made in response to Councillor Neil, that the filter is part of it. The baffle plate is also part of it. And part of the problem with the existing system is that the air hasn't been dispersed into the surrounding space. It has been directed at a specific point on the opposite wall, and hence that's caused part of the problems. Dispersing the air into the surrounding space is what is required of any ventilation system. This system is kind of suboptimal because of the constraints on the listed building, but it does do a better job of the one than compared to the one that's there already. As I said, if we were designing a full-blown system for a kitchen like this, you would have a pipe that went up the side of the building and had to get out some way above the ridge height.
Can I just ask the question, Councillor Neil, then you can come in. Can I just ask, have we asked, or had the council asked the people who own this building, Norwich City Council, which is the councillors who are in the custodians of the public of Norwich, not the officers, what their view is, and have the executive made a view, the cabinet made a view?
Well, essentially, that's not a planning consideration. I mean, the council as property owner has another avenue that it can pursue with the Strangers Club if the council as property owner is not satisfied with the situation. There are there may well be breaches of their tenancy agreements or whatever that can be looked into, and action could be taken down that route. But we have to limit ourselves to the planning considerations.
Okay, thank you, David, for that. Councillor Neil?
Yeah, sorry, just on the, you said there's going to be a recommendation in that there must be a maintenance and cleaning programme for the flue. Is that going to be self-policing, or how will it be policed to make sure it is compliant?
Well, there's always an element of kind of self-policing and enforcement. We will require them to submit the maintenance regime. It will be policed if something goes wrong. And it is not maintained but that is no different to anything else. If we attach a condition requiring a management regime or of any kind, once we've got the regime, we generally speaking rely on the applicant to carry out the works, because if they don't, we have a remedy. The remedy is enforcement. And we can serve breach of condition notices and the like to get them to comply with the conditions.
Thank you. Councillor Samaisi. Oh, sorry, Councillor Neil, did you want to come back?
No, I'll just say thank you. It's not what I wanted to hear, but that's the rules. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Samaisi.
Yeah, I just want to go back to this business about, I'm a bit confused. Another plan was suggested, Councillor Lubbock outlines that, that there would be the possibility of introducing a different method of dealing with the extraction by taking some sort of piping or whatever, and then the extraction happening by coming out of a different building, a modern building at the back. And I'm not quite sure why we're not pursuing this option, because it just seems such a logical one. But I know I'm not an engineer, so there might be really good reasons for this, David. And I'll mute and let you tell me what they are.
Okay. There's two parts to the answer to that question. First of all, we have to determine the application that's been submitted. Secondly, is that the detail of the solution that's been proposed, as far as I'm aware, hasn't been assessed. So we do not know whether or not it causes harm to the interior of the Grade 2 star listed building. It may be that it removes one potential issue but creates others. We simply haven't. It hasn't been presented to us. We don't know whether it's a better solution or not. I do know that our conservation officer and indeed Historic England, in their comments on the application, do feel that given that we can't do anything about the hole that has been cut in the side of the building, because that's immune from enforcement action, putting the vent, an improved system through the existing hole is the better solution from a heritage point of view.
Yeah, can I just say that building next door, where I think they're talking about is toilets and a cloakroom. Councillor Graham first, then Councillor Stutley, and then Councillor Button.
Thank you. I've got 5 questions. Firstly, the most straightforward is who has access to the passage? And from the windows in the photograph, it makes it look as though maybe that might be a needed emergency exit for those who can get through it. My main question is, why on earth are we not looking at a solution that meets modern standards? Okay, so we don't have powers over risks that were put in place before the regulations were in place, but don't we need to take into account that adding oil to the bricks of the adjoining building don't just remove the funding opportunities for getting that made viable, but they also surely increase the fire risk because they would make those bricks more flammable. And we're looking at a minimum 2.6 degree temperature rise. And this is our heritage and we need to preserve it.
That's just questions, Councillor Graham. Not.
So my question is, why are we not looking at a modern solution that isn't going to impose harm on its neighbours?
David?
Okay, right. Your first point was about access. There's no access into that gap between the two buildings. It's just kind of space left over between the buildings when they were built. It's not needed, other than for maintenance of the respective properties. No one goes into that space. So that's the first point. To answer your the second part of your question, I kind of feel like I've already done it in part, at least. That and I need to kind of go back over this the issue about the two elements to what is being proposed. There's the hole in the wall of the listed building, and then there's the kit that's in it. And the hole in the wall is immune from enforcement action. So given that we can't actually make anybody fill that hole in through enforcement action because it is immune, the view that is being taken is that it is better to have the extraction system in its current location rather than run additional pipes and flues and other paraphernalia through a grade 2 style listed building. And we don't know what the impact of that is going to be in terms of the historical interest of the building. So that's why we're looking at the issue, the application as it stands. The other point to make is that the proposal will not perpetuate the current situation. It will make it better. So the deposit of fatty residue on the wall of 26 to 28 will reduce. So some of the harm that is alleged to that building will be reduced.
Okay, we've got Councillor Stootley, Councillor Button, Councillor Samaisi, and they're still on questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of questions for clarity. First of all, if we were to refuse this and enforce removal of the flue, as you say, there'll be a hole left. What would be the procedure for filling that? In other words, the question is basically, can that be filled suitably and to traditional methods? Is it possible?
The last part of your question is the easiest part to answer. It's unlikely to be able to be filled using methods that are entirely in keeping with the existing building simply because of its age. How we would get them to do it is, I think, is more difficult because, as I say, it is immune from formal enforcement action. So I think my view is that we would be in a position where we'd need to negotiate the infilling of that wall rather than enforce it.
Okay, thank you. So presumably, if they were forced to remove the flue, they would presumably wish to fill the hole in some way, and then they'd have to do it according to the requirements of the building's owner. And the other thing I would like to just clarify, and I think you've already done this, just so that the committee is certain, the proposal we have here before us will continue to affect the wall opposite, even in a reduced capacity. Is that correct? It will continue to harm the wall.
It has the potential to, but it will reduce the level of harm. As I said, the baffle will intercept. Sorry, the mesh, the new filter will reduce the level of grease in the gases that are going out through the vent, and they will the baffle will provide a condensing plate. So it will significantly reduce the level of harm.
Thank you. It won't eliminate it. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, it won't eliminate it, but it will significantly reduce it for the reasons that I've already said.
Thanks.
Councillor Button.
Thank you, Chair. Bearing that we cannot get the hole filled in and the hole is there, has it not been looked at to put a flue upwards to take it out into the air above the buildings? Because this is the back of these buildings. I know it's historic, but surely some sort of flue could be taken from that and taken upwards to take that away that way.
If you took the flue, it's difficult to actually take one straight up because the roofs overhang and they close down the space immediately above where the extract is. Another problem with taking a flue straight up is because the space is constrained and actually kind of becomes more constrained, the diameter of the flue has to be fairly narrow. And it also would go straight up past the residential windows. So again, that has been considered, but in terms of the heritage impact and indeed the amenity impact, it's not been put forward as a proposal because we actually our view is that that's actually more harmful than what is currently being proposed.
Can I just say it's in the report that the flue, they did put in planning permission for the flue to come out, go left, and come round and go up just over the small outhouse at the back. So that wasn't going all the way out, it was coming out and into the back. And that is what we turned down as planners and it's not go all the way up to the top.
Well, I need to correct you on that one, Keith. We did actually look at whether or not you could actually get a flue going up. They didn't put that in as a proposal because it was almost impractical. But what you said, yes, they did actually put a proposal in where the flue ran kind of almost parallel through the gap and then up and out over the back. That had a number of heritage issues in its own right. Which neither Historic England nor our conservation officer, who ended up assessing it, actually supported.
That was more down to visual than something wrong with it.
It was down to the heritage impact. It's not just visual. It was down to the impact upon the listed building.
Was it? I don't say that in the report.
Well, that's why they were asked to make amendments. Because Historic England objected to that original proposal.
I thought that was our person in City Hall.
And our conservation officer as well.
Okay. Councillor Samaji?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it just feels to me as though what keeps coming up is that we just don't know the impact of exploring alternatives would be. So surely we should be exploring alternatives to find out what the impact would be. Do you know what I mean? We're sort of saying we're going to vote for this perhaps, but there could be a viable alternative. We just haven't yet explored it. And I'm not sure that we can solve that in this meeting, but I wanted to say it. And maybe I said it in the wrong bit, Chair, and I do apologise if I have, sorry.
Yes, you have, but don't worry. I think we should move on to discussions. I will move the recommendation, and the recommendation is to approve. And I will move that. And have I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Maxwell.
Sorry, Chair, just before you go on, I don't know whether you need to move both recommendations because there's two applications.
Okay, I'll move the first one, which is to approve, which is the whole. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Maxwell, thank you. And I'll move the second recommendation, which is the new flue. David?
No, sorry, point of clarification. There's a planning application which is recommended for approval, which covers everything, and there's a listed building application which is recommended for approval, which covers everything. So those are the two that need to be determined.
Okay, I'll move the first one. Have I got a seconder for that to approve? Thank you. And I'll move the first one. Have we got a seconder for that to approve? Thank you very much. We now will move on to discussions. Jane's mentioned her view. Okay. Any more discussions? I'd like to say something first. I'm going to vote against this. I think that would be harmful for the building next door. If this was brought to me in 1965, I would no way would I have said this was good enough for an historic building. And I believe there is alternatives they could look at, and I believe they can look at and put in other planning permissions for it to do it, which would solve the problem with this one. So I'm definitely going to vote against this. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Graham, and then Councillor Hutley, and then Councillor Stutley.
Thank you. I echo your view. I just want to point out that, I mean, when I first looked at it, it looked like, oh, this is an improvement, but actually reducing the damage, we're not going to make it better. We're just going to slow down the making things worse. And as you say, that's just not good enough. It seems half-baked and ill-considered, and we could do better.
Thank you. Councillor Hutley? Yes, Councillor Neil, I've got you.
I have to agree with you. I think it's lamentable that this happened in 1965 to a building of this nature. I'm a bit concerned that we've heard about dispersal being discussed here. The building regulations 2010 do talk about pollutants building up in these small areas, and there's a problem of dispersal. I do take the point that if something goes wrong, we could do something about it, but something going wrong with a grade 2 start listed building is really something that we need to be mindful of, particularly for this committee in terms of heritage.
Thank you. Councillor Stutley and then Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Chair. I've made quite a few notes actually. Thank you for the report. I think this is another good and balanced report, and I can see why this was approach has been taken. But I think it's a two wrongs to make a right approach, where we actually have an opportunity to put things right, which I would much rather do. And while a gentleman's club, by its discriminatory nature, has a limited public benefit, this premises can continue its viability with an alternative system that's been suggested and put forward, while 26 to 28 Elm Hill clearly has no alternative route to viable use that would provide its own public benefit while this flue is in place. Given that it's unlawful, I recommend that Norwich City Council opt for full enforcement and seek damages for the repairs that were required as a result of its use. My final note was that we mustn't allow anyone from private club owners or corporate developers to continue damaging or threatening our priceless heritage assets. Thank you.
Councillor Neil.
I will be voting against it at this point. Until what I'd like to see them take it back and look at the alternatives. And I don't want it to be, oh, we can't do that because it costs too much. That's not the point. If they bring back the same application or a very similar one because there is no better alternative, then I will rethink it again. I think what they're alluding to by putting the ducting through to the boiler room and out there, they will actually have heritage implications because there's a very thick heritage wall there, which they'd have to penetrate. So, but that would be hidden inside the boiler room, but that would be a consideration. But I don't think they've actually explored the alternatives. And normally, I think we've found in these cases, that's going to cost too much. So I'm going to reject it on the hope that they will come back with an alternative. If they haven't, then I'll review my opinion on this one.
Councillor Button. Now you're muted, Sally.
That's it. Sorry. I'm a view of most other people here. I mean, this club has been in residence in this property since 1925. They're the ones who've done the damage. Therefore, I think they should have to look to a better way of getting around this and maybe restore the building to what it should be. And looking at, I shall be voting against it as well.
Thank you. We're going to need a bit of voice on this, David or Mark, about if anyone can come in.
Yeah, that's fine. I would suggest something along the lines that the proposed alterations to the flue results in a decrease in the available width between the two buildings, which will make maintenance, words to the effect that they will make maintenance more difficult. The introduction of the baffle plate will, the council is not convinced that it will materially improve the situation to which would outweigh the harm caused, and the applicant has failed to demonstrate that there are not other alternative, less harmful solutions available.
Okay, thank you, David. Councillor Stootley, did you want to come in? Jackie first?
I had a bit of a sound problem there. Did David mention that the committee might believe that it doesn't address the problem of emissions fully?
Well, I suggested, because it does improve it, but I suggested that the improvement didn't outweigh the harm caused.
Jackie, did you want to come in?
Just on a practical committee motion, you've already moved and seconded the recommendations. Now you, as the mover of that motion, can withdraw that and then move an alternative motion. At the moment on the table, we've got the recommendations which you and the vice chair can remove, and you can then, if you are minded to move, as following the discussion, is to move an alternative motion as David has outlined. Thank you.
I think I will review this and take that off the table. And I wish to move the alternative that we take enforcement action and ask for alternatives to come back on other ways. Is that what David is that roughly okay?
Well, you need to refuse the applications.
Yeah, refuse the applications.
And for reasons along the lines of the ones that I just suggested, and that could the same reason could be used for both the planning and listed building.
Okay. Have I got a seconder for that? Councillor Maxwell, thank you. Okay, go on to the discussions about that. Anyone want to come in? Councillor Hutley.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm with David, then, the points that I raised when I was asking questions, paragraphs 23 and 53, the access here to manage this maintenance schedule could be one of the reasons that we're refusing the application.
I would advise against doing that, because whilst the space between the buildings, the constrained space between the buildings makes access difficult, it doesn't make it impossible. So the inability to, for example, if following the points that Councillor Neil made, if they come back and have a look, and I get the strong feeling that the committee wants them to have a look at other options, if they come back and say there are no other options, then and this is the only way to do it, then we can't. I think it would be unreasonable to say that maintenance of a flue in this location is impossible.
Councillor Stootley.
I just want to make it clear that my view is that they should find an alternative and that this flue should be removed.
Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councillor Stootley. Sort of thinking about this, there's plenty of wiggle room for them to take it out through the scullery if necessary, and they should have looked at different ways of getting rid of it before bringing it in.
Sorry, can I just comment that saying that there's plenty of wiggle room is a little bit unfair on the applicant, because we don't know whether there's wiggle room. I think the committee is asking them to look at alternatives, but we don't know whether there are alternatives.
Well, it seemed to me, but I'll take that back. We'll ask them to look for it.
And they need to come back to planning committee, or will this be done on delegated powers?
I would be minded to bring any resubmission back to planning committee.
Okay, thank you for that, David. Okay, if there's no more...
Sorry, Keith. If you want to make it doubly clear, you can actually make that a point in the minutes.
Yes, please. If we can have it come back to planning committee, and then we understand what they're going through, because there might be another alternative that they think of, which we don't think is acceptable either. So, have I gone dead somewhere?
Your picture's frozen.
No,
no, it's moving.
Yeah. Councillor Stuteley, one last point.
Thank you. Yes, can I just have clarification of what we're voting for here and the timescales, please? Is this an enforcement to remove?
Yes.
I would prefer if you didn't actually put timescales on it, because obviously a refusal on the application changes the landscape a little bit, and there may be there may be a way of negotiating a satisfactory solution which we can bring back to committee without the need for formal enforcement action.
If we don't put a time limit on this, that means they can carry on for another 20 odd years, can't they?
Well, in theory, yes, but in reality, that's not going to be the situation. I mean, we can under the current arrangements, we don't need you to tell us. No disrespect, but we don't need you to tell us to take enforcement action. I think the applicant, and I suspect they're possibly watching the live stream, but they've probably taken a flavour of the feelings of committee, and I'm sure that they will. Whilst planning enforcement always remains an option in the background, I would prefer to kind of seek a negotiated solution, which is really always the in fairness, it's always the best way to kind of go if there is a practical negotiated solution.
Can I just ask you, David, what time limit would you put on that? Because I'm a bit worried that this could go on for a long while.
Well,
and we're saying that the solution is no good, and we're saying what they got there is atrocious. So they could keep this and that would stop.
Well, I think you've got to balance the harm and that's being caused by against the continued use of the building, because I think if you
it is a big harm.
Yes, I accept that, but what I'm saying is that you could effectively close down their kitchen and prevent them using the building in the way that they've been using it for quite some time. So I do think that a degree of balance is required, which is why I'm advising against putting specific timescales on for enforcement action.
Okay, Councillor Stuteley.
I understand the point you're making there, David. Can we put some kind of timescale on the engagement process so that this doesn't drag on?
I'm fairly certain the applicant will be on the phone to us this afternoon, to be quite honest. So we will start engaging with them from now, because I mean we want the situation resolved, and they will want the situation resolved, and the Preservation Trust will want them resolved. So it's not like we're going to issue a decision and then not do anything. We will pick up the process as of the end of the committee.
Okay, Sister Maisie.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I hear what you're saying, David, and obviously negotiation, and you've been in contact with these people. But if we're that confident, then let's put a time frame on it anyway, and they'll be well within time, won't they?
I'm not that confident. That's the thing. I think we need the time to fully assess any alternative proposals, and it's a Grade 2 star listed building. I think that could take some considerable time.
We could have something which says, let's review where we're up to, say, for example, in I don't know how many months. And I understand these things take time, but we could put in some kind of a milestone moment where we're going to actually hear from people where we're up to, and so we know that things are
my advice doesn't change. It's that you don't put a time scale on it, but ultimately it's up to you.
Can I agree with David that we don't put a time limit on this? There is they have to ask that their contract is up very soon, so they would have to ask City Council for a renewal of their contract to stay in the building. Surely if they haven't done anything or refused to do it, then the situation may change about the contract which they have. So I agree with David, not putting the time limit on there and negotiations to start straight away. Councillor Stooley, and then we'll take the vote.
Okay, just for clarity, my view remains that we should put a time limit on this because I think this flue must be removed from this position.
Okay.
Now that it's been.
Okay. Are you moving that?
Yes.
Have we got a seconder for that? Put a time limit on.
Can you tell me what the time limit is?
What time limit would you like on there?
I'm going to go for 3 months.
I think that's too short. I must say, but it's at the discretion of the committee.
Chair, can I just mention that there's an assumption here that a negotiated solution would hopefully take place after this meeting. Obviously, that's what we would perhaps hope, but clearly an alternative way this may play out is the applicant simply appeals. We wouldn't want to take enforcement action, I don't think, if we've got a pending appeal, because we'd want to see what the inspector had to say first. I don't think this is a clear-cut case appeal when we've got Historic England, when it's a heritage matter and we've got Historic England and our conservation officers saying this is acceptable. So with that in mind, it's unlikely an appeal would be heard within 3 months. So I think we need to bear in mind, or at least caveat any time period with the fact that we need to potentially need to allow an appeal to play out.
Councillor Samaisi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving the information about the lease coming up or whatever it was, because I didn't know that bit of the information. I do agree that these things. I understand that these things take time, and obviously negotiation, and these are delicate things with heritage buildings. So when I say a time frame, I think what I said was, is it possible for us to have a milestone where we can kind of revisit this and we can be just informed where we're up to on it? Is that a possibility?
What we can do is, I mean, we have in the past brought performance reports to you, and we have included enforcement in those reports, so we can update you generally and specifically on this item if that's what you want.
Okay, I don't want to carry this on too long because we could be going over months and months and months about this. That'd be 3 months to be up. Councillor Stooley.
Thank you. I think a reported in 3 months would be satisfactory from my point of view, as long as the committee thereafter has the power to put something in place to speed things up if no progress is made.
Okay, would that be more acceptable, David?
Yes.
Thank you. So it's been proposed that we have an update in 3 months to see what has been happening and see if it's been taken far enough or the negotiations are carrying on. And we should have a report come back to this committee in 3 months' time on the performance procedure. And if not, we can ask the planners to take it a bit further. Is that correct?
Chair,
I'm going to move.
I just want to say, has anybody moved a second? Councillor Stooley did move something, but I wasn't quite clear who the seconder was. So I assume that hasn't been properly moved.
I'll move that.
You're moving this recommendation to
what
have
I
a
just
report
said.
back to committee, yeah? And who's the seconder, please?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Does it need to be a recommendation, or can it just be that the committee tells us that's what they want us to do?
That's what the committee wants you to do.
Chair, I could minute that as ask the planning officers to bring it back as a department.
Yep, brilliant. Is everyone happy? We'll move to the vote on that extra piece. All those in favour, please show. This is on report back in 3 months.
Yeah, sorry. I assume that's a consensus, is it?
Yeah.
That one. So that's everybody's hand was up.
Everyone was up. Yep. And then we move to the planning committee. The first recommendation. All those in favour of that, please show.
Chair,
it's not the recommendation, Chair.
Chair, you were moving refusal under the reasons that David mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I'm moving refusal, and it's been seconded. All those in favour of refusal, please show.
Chair,
Councillor
recorded
Neil,
vote.
you need to come back.
So we've got Councillor Huntley voting for. Is this both items or just one, Chair? I'm not
Well,
clear
it is
yet.
to be approved both items.
Okay, so Councillor Huntley, hand up.
Sorry, I'm not exactly clear what we're voting on still.
No.
Against both recommendations.
Chair, just to be clear, they were the recommendation and David Parkin outlined the reasons, because you can't just vote to refuse, you do need to be aware of the reasons.
And the reasons.
We're voting for.
Yeah.
And I believe those were to do with, sorry, you moved on too far.
I mean, I might use slightly different words. They were the basis that
just paraphrase. Thank you.
Yeah, the increased size of the extraction system made it more difficult to maintain the adjacent building and caused harm to the Strangers Club building, and the benefits of the proposal do not outweigh that harm, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I think you also mentioned, David, that they hadn't fully considered alternatives.
I did indeed. Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is for the booth, and we're now going to take a vote on this. All those in favour of the recommendation I just moved, please show. That is unanimous.
Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
You now need to readmit Councillor Lubbock.
Yes, please.
May I ask if we could have a short comfort break?
Okay, be back 1 o'clock, everyone.
Can everyone turn their videos and mute, please?
Yeah, how'd you get back in again? That's what I'm worried.
Okay, if you turn yours off, you can come back in. It's probably because I had to turn yours off, so that was the only issue there.
Oh,
So
it's self view, yeah? Or stop
you
video?
turn yourself off, yeah.
Stop video. Ah.
What are we going to do?
Sorry, we're having a break.
Oh, for how long, Jack?
Until 1 o'clock, Councillor Lubbock. So
5 minutes.
Well, I assume just a comfort one. Yeah, thank you.
Mins, can you tell me, Jackie, how it went?
They refused it.
They refused it. Thank you very much. I'll be back in 5.
Marion, I'm going to
I hope that was nice, Judith. Are we all back?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start.
Chair, we're not.
Councillor Peake.
Says his video's going.
He might have got called away to serve dinner. We'll give him another couple of minutes. Councillor Peake is back. Okay, thank you very much. We now resume the video meeting of the Planning Committee, and we'll move on to 4F, and I think David's taking us through this one. David?
Yep, so I'll just share my screen again. And there we go. Okay, thank you. This is an application for the demolition of warehouses on adjacent to and to the rear of St Faith's Lane, which is off Mountergate. The location of the warehouses is shown here, and St Faith's House, which is a listed building, is here, and the buildings in question are these here and these here. The proposal is to take the buildings down and to construct a brick boundary wall on the Mountergate frontage, leave the existing boundary treatments where it's shown in kind of black purple, and then to put up a boundary fence along the boundary of the site where it's shown in lavender, I shall call that. And this is just showing the Mountergate elevation. It's in a conservation area, so how the site is left before it's redeveloped is important to kind of maintaining the character of the conservation area. And that's one of the things that we had to balance up when making a recommendation on this application. The building, one of the buildings in question is this one here. This is a fairly recent photograph. You can see 3rd of March. So you can see the building is falling into a state of disrepair. This is the existing, sorry, there's a fence, there's a mesh fence kind of going down the boundary, returning from the road, which would be kept. And then the brick wall would run along this frontage. This is a slightly older photo when the building was actually in, excuse me, was actually in better condition. But you can see, if you compare this to the previous one, how it is falling into disrepair. And then just wrapping round, going down Mountergate and a reverse view back up towards the Prince of Wales Road end. This is the entrance to the Premier Inn car park. Scandic House entrance is here. And then the block of more modern buildings, which currently has the primary school in it. This is one of the buildings off the side road running down to Baltic Wharf, which would come down. This is the car park and garden area to the Premier Inn behind. And again, this is the other building that would come down as part of the application. This is just to show the building is experiencing quite a lot of vandalism. There's quite a lot of antisocial behaviour going on. Pardon me. Mark will read out a statement from the applicant, which we've received. We have done a note on part of that statement because we've assessed the application on the basis that the building has been subject to fire damage, it's been the subject of antisocial behaviour, and it's generally falling into disrepair. The applicant suggests in their statement that it's also structurally unsound. We've had no evidence put before us as your officers that that is actually the case. Nonetheless, we are still recommending that the application to demolish is approved. This was in better days, but back in 2018, so you can see how quickly it's deteriorated. And then this is looking back to the road down to Baltic Wharf and the covered structure which would be removed. Okay. So the two main issues for consideration in this application are the heritage impact of clearing the site, and normally we wouldn't recommend demolition of buildings without a suitable scheme for redevelopment. We don't have that in this instance, but what we do have is a building whose general appearance is harmful and is becoming more harmful. So in this instance, our recommendation is to approve the demolition, but also to condition the boundary treatments that are erected within, and we're suggesting 6 months of the completion of demolition, so that it doesn't become an eyesore in its own right. The other issue is that's raised by objectors was kind of biodiversity and impact upon, in particular, bats. We did go through various iterations of bat surveys and with the applicant, and they eventually furnished us with a complete survey which indicated that there's no roosting activity in the building, so it can be demolished without harm to nature conservation interests. So the recommendation is to approve, and it's referred to Planning Applications Committee because of the number of objections we have received. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Mark, did you want to read the statement out?
Yep, so this is a statement prepared by Savills, who are the planning consultants on behalf of the applicant. So it has been circulated, so you should all have a copy of it. We are extremely pleased to see that planning officers support the planning application which is recommended for approval. Primarily, we consider it imperative to bring to members' attention the fact that the buildings are unsound and dangerous and present a health and safety risk to the public. Whitbread acquired the buildings last year, which have been derelict for some time and used by trespassers and squatters for antisocial behaviour, including drug use. The properties have been subject to arson and vandalism and are structurally unsound and dangerous. Access to the properties is now prohibited. Whitbread has also received complaints from neighbouring residents concerning blocked drainage problems and the prevalence of rats within the buildings, and has had to further remedy these nuisances. In order to safeguard the properties and public safety, Whitbread has put in place 24-hour security to prevent the properties from being illegally accessed and occupied. Security is costing Whitbread approximately £9,000 per month, which has been a significant expense as the application process has been lengthy. The immediate approval of the application would therefore assist to remove this financial burden, which is not sustainable. All issues raised during the application process have been fully addressed as follows. Heritage. The removal of the buildings are identified as negative detractor to the conservation area. Their removal will enhance the conservation area and the setting of the list of buildings. Buildings also pose a fire risk to the list of buildings, as illustrated by the previous arson attempts. Future development. Whitbread are in pre-application discussions with the Council and Historic England about the comprehensive development of the site in the wider area. An application will come forward for development in 2021. Construction traffic. The construction management strategy submitted with the application includes a traffic management section. Each traffic movement into and out of the site will be supervised by a vehicle marshal to ensure highway safety. This approach has been approved by Norwich City Council's highway officer, maybe Norfolk County Council now. Whitbread have also engaged with the Baltic Wharf residents representative. Bats and birds. Extensive surveys have been undertaken which have confirmed that there are no bats on the site, and a bird survey will take place 48 hours before demolition starts to ensure that there are no nesting birds. If activeness are found, then a 7-metre no work zone will be implemented until the young have fledged. Our ecologists will be on site to supervise the works. Removal of asbestos. Specialist contractors have been appointed to remove the asbestos. The contractor is fully trained in this area and have submitted a detailed method statement which is compliant with all regulations for its safe removal. This has been approved by Norwich Council's Public Health Officer. Given all these considerations, it is critical for the Planning Commission to be granted for the demolition of the buildings. There are no other considerations on this application which should be given a higher priority. Trust the application can be supported and granted permission. So that's a statement again from Savills, the agents for the application. And as David said, there's a response in the supplementary report to some of the matters raised in that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mark, for that. Can I just ask a question first, David? I know we don't really like pulling buildings down and leaving it all empty without having some kind of plans to go on this site, but I'll say that's probably okay. But I was just a bit worried about the wall they're going to build all the way along the frontage. Will that stop us having a different frontage when planning permission come in for some whatever it's going to be on there? Will we have to have the wall still there, or could we have a line of bushes or trees?
No, I mean, the wall is intended as essentially a temporary feature whilst the site is empty. We didn't want them to kind of leave it as a kind of Harris fence where you could kind of see through and onto the cleared site. We wanted something more substantial on the kind of main conservation area frontage, so hence the wall. Sorry, there was just one other point I meant to make, and I can't remember whether I made it in the presentation or not, so I'd just like to reiterate it. Just to draw your attention to the planning history on page 97. We have already, there's a 2018 planning and a listed building application. Whilst they were withdrawn, they did actually come to committee, and the resolution was to approve. They weren't issued because the applicant couldn't complete a section 106 in time, and ultimately ended up withdrawing the planning. But essentially, we've agreed to the principle of the loss of these buildings, albeit that was in association with a redevelopment scheme. But as I say, things have moved on since then, and the position of the condition rather of the buildings has deteriorated. So hence a recommendation to approve in this instance.
Thank you. Can I just ask another question? I know you just brought that up, 106. I read something yesterday that the government is now going to ban 106 money. So if they hold out longer, we won't get anything. Is that correct?
That's probably a discussion for another day. That's not particularly relevant to this application because you wouldn't
no. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Any more questions, anyone? Councillor Stuteley.
Thank you, Chair. I note that Historic England are not approving of this because of the lack of a scheme to come forward, and they make a recommendation that if approval is given, that we establish a legal agreement restricting implementation of the development until such a scheme is agreed. I would be in favour of putting that forward. Is that something that we can do? Is it a practical development?
It is a slightly unusual situation, but what Historic England are proposing wouldn't actually achieve what the benefits of the current application, because essentially you'd leave the existing buildings deteriorating on the site until you actually had planning approval for replacement, which I accept would be the norm, but the buildings that are on the site are causing harm in their own right at the moment. So on this occasion, this is why we're kind of we're not suggesting that we actually link the demolition to a replacement scheme. if you did want to do that, you wouldn't actually need a planning agreement. You could do it by a condition that no demolition occurred until such time as a satisfactory replacement scheme has been submitted to and approved in writing, blah blah blah. But as I say, that would simply leave us back where we are at the moment, that the buildings would have to stay.
Yeah. Okay. Any more questions there, Councillor Stooley?
Can I just come back on that? One of the reasons they want to demolish this site is because it's costing them £9,000 a month. If we put a condition on that, surely that would hurry them up a little bit.
That might be one of the reasons why Whitbread want to get rid of the buildings, but it's not a material consideration in the determination of this of this application. We're suggesting to you that given the state of the buildings, it's okay to demolish them, and that the harm caused to the conservation area in this instance, with the condition to provide a boundary wall, is not sufficiently great to withhold permission. I mean, if you are of the view that demolishing this application, these buildings without a replacement scheme, there are two options that are open to you. Either you refuse this application or you approve it with a condition, as I indicated. But that's not our advice at this point.
Councillor Stooley again.
Thank you. Yes. Well, the applicant has suggested that there'll be a full application brought forward to the committee or to the planning department next year.
Yes.
I would be in favour of holding them to that. Is there a way of working that into a condition?
No, I'm afraid there isn't, because the timescales for submitting a planning application, if you wanted them to do that, then you'd refuse this particular application.
Okay.
The company could go bust before then. Councillor Graham.
Quick question: if we were to grant this application, would it be within our gift to impose a condition of some kind of meanwhile use? Because the area is right near a school which has no outdoor space, and the site could be used for something while we're waiting for an application, because it might come forward next year, but it might be derelict for 10 years. And we have no way of knowing.
And the meanwhile use would potentially need consent in its own right. Yeah. So that would be the subject of another application. You can't condition this permission. Sorry, you can't attach a condition to this permission which requires them to do something else with the site.
Even for open ground?
Even for open ground.
Any other questions? Okay, the recommendation is to approve. I'll move that. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Any comments, anyone? Councillor Stooley.
Yes, we've heard recently how houses are not being built, developments are not being built because developers are sitting on their land. This could be a case of that. Therefore, I don't know how the vote will go, but I would like to propose that we add the condition that a scheme comes forward before demolition can commence. Moving that, please.
Councillor Lubbock.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am concerned that there are problems with the listed building. They say their drains are blocked and they can't get to the source of the blockage because the building's in the way. So they're doing harm, I presume, to the listed building in not allowing the demolition to take place. But more than that, I mean, the antisocial behaviour, the drug use, the vandalism, the squatting that's going on there, in itself is detrimental to the conservation area. And so I would feel that the sooner this comes down, the sooner that sort of activity is going to stop. And you know, I think we have a duty to try and prevent that sort of activity happening if for no other reason than for the safety of the residents who live there, and also perhaps some of the people who get in the building and might do themselves further harm.
Okay, Councillor Stokely, I'll take you later. I'll see if anyone else wants to speak first. I've got Councillor Samaisi.
Hi. Yeah, I mean, we're going to bring the buildings down if we approve this, and there's going to be a wall put up. That's nothing. There's nothing to say that there won't still be antisocial behaviour behind that wall. Who's responsible for policing, if that's the right word, managing that space, because things can still go on in those kinds of areas too. Thank you.
I mean, if I can come back on that, Chair. The responsibility for policing the site will remain with Whitbread as the site owners, but the thinking, and I think there's logic to it, is that if you're not don't have the privacy of a building to do these things in, then people will be less inclined to use the site.
Okay, I agree with Councillor Lubbock here. I think we should be pulling these down. I'm a bit worried that they could last out for planning permission come back. They have said they're going to bring something next year. There are new laws come out that if they don't do it in a certain time, we can purchase this and actually do something ourselves. So there is a safeguard there now. So for people not to leave land out waiting for the prices to go up, which Councillor Stokely's remark is that true, David, what I just said, or not really?
I don't think that should be a material consideration in whether or not you approve this application, Chair.
Now, it's an application which I'm saying we should vote against the recommendation what Councillor Stokely was going to put forward to say that's not correct either.
Sorry, I mean we have CPO powers now.
Yeah.
If we wanted to use them to purchase this site, we could do, but it's whether or not it's needed.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments? Anyone? Councillor Stokely.
Thank you. I actually do agree that these buildings should be demolished for all the reasons that have been outlined by other councillors. My motivation for moving a time restriction on the scheme was simply to bring something forward more quickly. I can see that other councillors are not in agreement with that, so I'll withdraw that just to save time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jackie?
Sorry, just to say that hadn't been seconded anyway, Councillor Stokely.
No. Okay, there was no other councillors wishes to speak. We'll move to the recommendation, which is to approve the demolition. All those in favour, please show.
Sorry, Chair, I can't see Councillor Kate Oliver. Are you voting?
No.
Sorry. So I'm going to have recorded vote then. Sorry, Chair. So that's Councillor Peake, Councillor Driver, Councillor Neal, Councillor Graham, Councillor Button, Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Samaisi, and Councillor Huntley.
And Councillor Lubbock.
And sorry, Councillor Lubbock, I beg your pardon. That's where you are on my screen. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, there's two what didn't vote there. All those against, please show. It's no one. Extensions. It's Councillor Stokely and Councillor Oliver. So that was agreed?
That's been agreed, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. We now move on to item 4G, which is 14174 Newmarket Road. Judith, are you talking to this or? Yes. You're muted, Judith.
I just tried to say something here, please, Keith, Chair.
Hold it a second, Councillor Peake. Judith?
Yeah, I've got to be in the city in quarter of an hour, so I have to leave the meeting now, I'm afraid.
Okay, thanks very much for coming, Councillor Peake. Enjoy yourself at work. Thank you.
Yeah.
I understand Judith's going to talk on this, is that correct?
2 words, yes.
Okay,
very
thank you.
Briefly.
If we can go, David, if you could take us through the report.
This one's Mark.
This one's Mark. Thank you very much, Mark. All yours.
just yeah, just bear with me. Let's get this. Okay. So this is the site of 174 Newmarket Road. I'm sure everyone knows roughly where this is. So we're on Newmarket Road, as shown on the site plan in front of you. Properties on Wentworth Green run to the rear of the site. Properties on Newmarket Road are extremely large, spacious grounds. Members may recall that there was an application not too long ago for a new dwelling to the rear of this property, which was approved. Outline consent was approved for that, with an access coming around to the sort of western side of it. This is now a proposal for an alternative form of development of the site. It's a residential extension, but it would preclude that dwelling to the rear from taking place, because it proposes a two-storey extension to the side and a swimming pool to the western side. So this is the property. As you can see, it's been sort of reclad and rendered recently. It's got the main property here, garage to the right, and this gate is where the access was going to go under the previous approval to the dwelling at the rear. This is again the garage and the house on the left-hand side. Some trees adjacent to that access route to the rear of the site. And this is the rear of the property. Now, on this western boundary, the house is now owned by new owners that weren't the owners when the application for the house came through. The former owners removed a number of trees along the western boundary, which was sort of contentious with a number of the neighbours, and has resulted in some enforcement action for replacement trees. I say that because it's relevant to this application insofar as we've sought some reductions in the scale of the swimming pool to allow some replacement planting along those boundaries. This is the end of the house where the two-storey extension is proposed. Again, this is the end of the house on the right-hand side. And this is just looking with the side elevation of the house behind us in 176 in the background there. This is looking up the western boundary of the site. So the properties on Wentworth Green are beyond these trees at the rear. This is looking back at this where the two-storey extension is proposed, and this is some of the land where the swimming pool is proposed. This is standing behind the house, looking towards properties on Wentworth Green, which are beyond these trees. Again, this is the boundary with property on Wentworth Green. Another image there of that boundary. So the site plan shows the proposal, so you can see the two-storey extension located here, and this is the indoor swimming pool proposal in this land here. Now the proposal was slightly bigger, it's been amended to make it smaller, so we've got a bit of a greater buffer to the western and sort of part southern boundary here, so that there's a condition on the consent to require some replacement tree planting in those areas. Slightly more zoomed in version. So this is the garage that sort of protrudes in front of the house at the moment, two-storey extension and the swimming pool. Just in terms of the floor plans, the house is fairly significant. One issue that's sort of outlined by objectors in the report is that there's this room here which is shown as a consulting room. I've got an update on that, which is in the updates report, which I'll come on to shortly, because we've got a little bit more information on that now. But essentially, the two-storey extension is partly the space here, consulting room, which is shown here, and then the swimming pool here. At first floor level, this is the upper floor of the two-storey extension. Looking at the elevations, so on the top you can see this front elevation showing the two-storey extension and the swimming pool proposal. The side elevation facing west towards 176 Newmarket Road, showing the two-storey extension and the swimming pool, and then the sort of side elevation looking the other direction, and the rear elevation. Okay. So just in terms of some of the other sort of matters raised, I'll just flick on to the supplementary report. Now, one of the issues has been about what the use of these consulting rooms is, and we've been advised that the applicants are both general practitioners and have advised that they would wish to do some degree of working from home in terms of private patients. We've asked how many that is. They've advised us of around 2 patients per day. So we have to consider whether this use is ancillary to the main use of the dwelling. So working from home can be considered ancillary to the dwelling, and whether the point at which working from home changes to is a material change of use and requires consent in its own right will vary on a case-by-case basis. And I've just outlined in the supplementary report a number of considerations that we would take into account when making that decision. There's a number of considerations. One is, have they got any employees at the site? How much space does the working from home part of the dwelling take up in the context of the whole? And how many visiting members of the public would come, and what's the impact of that going to be? We consider that the indicated use of the room on the basis that we've not been advised there's any employees, been advised that it'd be up to 2 people per day. The room in the context of the whole house, in terms of the size of it, is relatively small amount of floor space in terms of that area. We've advised that it'd be up to 2 patients per day, so there's not an indication that they're proposing to have any full-time operation where there's a constant stream of patients here. So we're comfortable that this could be considered ancillary to the main use of the property on the basis of that information which we provided. It's also relevant to point out that given the sheer size of these properties and the space around them and the driveways, that the impacts of comings and goings here is far less than it would be in a smaller, more constrained property. So we're content that on the basis of the information we've been provided with, that wouldn't be a material change of use, and it could be considered ancillary to the main use of the dwelling. We've got a condition on the application outlining that, and I think we're minded to possibly put an informative on, just advising the basis on which we've made the decision that it's ancillary. So I'm going to put a clear line in the sand as to what we've considered, and therefore, you know, if it were to start being used, if we were made aware that it was used in a more intensive way, that we would be able to take a different view, take enforcement action, or seek further consent as necessary. Other brief update is that there should have been a condition on here to require the tree protection plans that have been submitted from the application to be complied with. So that condition should have been on there. So just an update that we would wish to make clear that condition should be on the recommendation. There is the condition 3, which is requiring the tree replacement planting. We feel that given the size of the extension, the replacement planting around the sort of western elevation to 176 and around the rear to the boundary of Wentworth Green properties is necessary. That's the presentation. I'll hand back to the chair.
Thank you, Mark. When you put me back, I'll disappear. Okay, I'm back now. Thank you for that. Judith, I believe you're next.
Yes, thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
Trees have played a significant part in this planning application, and although it has changed, it is now just not for a separate dwelling. It is for a swimming pool and consulting rooms. The tree protection plan is quite an important document, according to the neighbours, and although they feel, well, certainly one of them feels that he would very much like to see the approved plan of the replacement trees, not so that he can comment on it in terms of making any, showing any views. He understands he can't do that, but if he doesn't know what should be planted, how can he say that it hasn't been done? And in the past, so many trees have been lost from here without any prosecutions taking place. So would it be possible for the for the neighbour to actually, or neighbours to actually see the replacement plans, so that they actually sort of know what's going on and make sure that it happens, because as we know, we haven't got staff to make sure it happens. So that's one question. And a particular tree, T8, is right in the middle of the site, and is going to be lost, a mature conifer that did act as a screen and give privacy to the house on Wentworth Green. So I think it is quite important that the replacement plan is shared at least with neighbours, although I understand they can't comment on it. And I understand the officers saying that the extensions will not result in a significant harm being caused. However, you know, harm is caused when you go from having a quiet garden to having a plant room within a few meters of that garden, and there will be noise from the plant room, and that is accepted. You know, it may be limited to some extent because it's in a brick built building, but there will still be noise emitted. So I think given the history of this site and the loss of trees, please could we make sure that the neighbours actually get a copy of the replacement plan, which, you know, is going to happen, be agreed before the development takes place. Thank you.
David, can you answer that before Judith disappear or not? Are you allowed to? Or Mark?
I think that's probably a question for me. We're more than happy to share once we've got that plan. So there's a requirement for that to be submitted to us before the development takes place. More than happy to share that with any neighbours on request. So, yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. Judith, we'll have to lose you now, I'm afraid. Thank you. Move on to questions. Anyone got any questions on this item? Councillor Stootley. Judith, you're back in. Hold it a second.
Sorry.
That's all right, no problem. Stuart, thank you. Councillor Stootley.
Thank you, Chair. So we've got another situation of items happening without consent. Can you just clarify what type of trees and what's the procedure for getting consent for removal of trees, and why this particular applicant hasn't done so?
It's a different application, I believe. Is that correct, Mark?
Well,
different
yeah,
people as well.
The trees I was referring to were removed by the previous owner.
Yeah.
There was a bit of a dispute with the previous owner over how many trees could be removed, were actually removed, or deliberately removed by them, due to the amount of information we had. But the process was to there's a number of things we can do. But what we have done is served a tree replacement notice. So as tree replacement notice was served, it's now up to the new owners to comply with that tree replacement notice. But I believe the new owners have appealed the tree replacement notice on the basis that they didn't do it. But that's not really a ground to, because essentially anything relating to planning enforcement, you inherit it if you buy the property. They may not have realised this before they bought it, unfortunately, but they have bought it and are now required to do this. But equally at the same time, the tree replacement notice was only requiring replacement of 3 trees. Now I believe there was more than that removed, but it was very difficult to prove with the information we had that was the case. But like I said, we are seeking a more substantial planting than that, 3 trees on the back of this consent, because I think it's important to reinstate that boundary to the west.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Councillor Smaji, questions?
Thank you, Chair. So can you just, you may have said it, and I do apologise if I didn't hear. What is the distance between the boundary of the neighbour and the swimming pool, now that the swimming pool building is going to be a bit smaller, please?
I'd have to measure it. I'd have to get the plan up and measure it.
It's a fair distance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a reasonable distance. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if I just.
Words like fair and reasonable are a bit vague. I'm just wondering if there was a little bit more clarity available.
Well, it's not 6 inches like we just done Stranger's Hall. Yeah.
Well,
while Mark's looking at that, I'll take Councillor Neil.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The applicant has stated the amount of use they'll be working from home. What is the tipping point that you would need to look at whether it is actually just working from home or it becomes a business there? And also, how do you find that out? Do you have to rely on neighbours grassing them up, or is there something else? Because this looks like an absolutely ideal place to start a business. In fact, be a nice therapy pool there as well, and whatever else you want to do with it. So potentially there's a lot can happen and change there, and it changes from just being 2 people a day. We could end up with a full practice there.
Well, there's no, you can't draw a line in the sand with these things necessarily. It has to be on a case-by-case basis because every case is different. I've outlined in the supplementary report what the key considerations are. You know, we're saying this is ancillary based on what we've been advised at the moment, but if they started getting if they start having employees there and they, you know, at the extreme, if they had employees and they were working 9 till 5 Monday to Friday with a complete booked out patient list, then quite clearly that would be a material change of use. But there's a whole you know, there's hundreds of different variations in between, and you have to take it on a case-by-case basis based on what's been based on what's happening. We've outlined what we've been advised by the applicants. We can make that clear on the decision notice. If neighbours have concerns that so I'm trying to do this measuring at the same time. If neighbours have concerns that that it's well above what has been advised, i.e. the sort of 2 patients a day, then they would need to raise an enforcement complaint with us, and we'd investigate it. So going back to the sort of buffer to the trees, it's about, at its smallest point, it's about 3.2 meters, and its smallest point is the pinch point between the plant room and the western boundary. You can probably see that on the plan where its closest point is. I mean, it's going to be quite a bit larger, closer to 8 meters in places, into the boundary of Wentworth.
So is it about 100 feet away from the nearest property?
Well, it ranges between 6 meters to the rear, 3 meters at its closest point to the side, but it's actually in other places more like 5.
Is that to just a garden or to a property?
It's to the boundary.
That's a boundary, so it's a long way away from the property centre.
It's a long way away from the neighbouring properties, yeah. And it's just seeing the report, given the 2-storey extension is a significant distance from the boundary. It's, you know, the closest point, it's about 12 metres. The swimming pool, whilst large, is only single-storey and still is some distance from the boundary. So we don't have any amenity concerns about this. The key amenity concern with this was any noise from the plant room, but we were satisfied, given the sort of brick-built enclosure, that would be not significant enough to warrant refusal in officers' view.
Councillor Samaisi, did you want to come back?
Just to come back, yeah. I take your point that it's quite a long way away from the nearest building, but people do use their gardens all year round, not just in the summer. So I think it is important to just know how close that was to the boundary. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. There was no more questions. We move on to discussions, and I will move the recommendation is to approve. I'll move that. Have we got a seconder for that? Councillor Maxwell, thank you. Any discussions? I think I just want to say something first. I think this could end up another one where it come back for retrospective plan of mission to turn it into a place where they have more patients, which I'm a bit worried about this, and turn it into an employment. I mean, for a large swimming pool to have 2 people in today, they must be charging thousands and all just for the water bill and the gas and electricity to keep the place warm. So I can't see this ever being used just for 2 people. I think I shall have to vote in favour on it today because that is what I've been informed. But I do hope they do not come back and wish to change this back. I think there should be something in there that if they come back and want to change it, we ask them to pull the lot down. But that is a different point. Councillor Stootley first, and then Councillor Neil.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On planning grounds, I don't see any reason to vote against this, subject to the reassurances we received on the tree planting. And of course, neighbours and enforcement officers can take a look at their website in due course and see what services they're offering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil.
Yeah, again, I can't see any reason to turn this down. And if they did need enforcement notices or whatever, we'll have to deal with that as and when it comes. And your assumption that this is just for the 2 patients a day, I think you might be incorrect in there. I would assume that this is for the family who live there. That's their private pool. It just happens to be connected to where they're going to do some consulting.
The only reason I said that for is this all treatment rooms at the front.
Yeah, but they can close that off, and it makes completely isolated rooms. So I wouldn't assume but it could be long term.
Well, you wouldn't have treatment rooms for the family and then close it off and pool. I would have thought, but that's my point.
There's a screen, a door, a wall that can be pulled across that shows it on there.
Okay. Any other comments, anyone? Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve this. All those in favour, please show. That's unanimous. Thanks very much. That's been approved. We now move on to the last application, which is 4H, 6 Ocean.
Can we, Chair, just wait while we
we've got to get Councillor Lovett back. Can we just make sure that the tree gets sent to the neighbours, Mark? Tree replacement plan?
Yeah, I mean, when we have it, I mean, it would be. The difficulty is we have no idea what point in time in the next 3 years, if the development takes place, we will receive that tree planting plan. So it would be the best way forward would be for the neighbours, if they want to see it, to request it from us. The reason I say that is it could be me, it could be numerous other officers. So if I commit to sending it, I can't guarantee that will happen because it could be any time in the next 3 years. So I'd request that the neighbours request it of us if they wish to see it. It'll be fine. We'll be able to easily send it, but it's just you know, there's a lot of scope for human error if I commit to someone sending it across them at some point as and when we receive it in the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you, Mark. That's helpful. Judith, you okay? That was approved, by the way, Judith.
Yeah.
We now move on to 4H, 6 Ocean Crescent. And Mark, are you taking us through this, or David?
Another one for me. So, 6 Ocean Crescent. I'm just going to get my report up. So this is 6 Ocean Crescent. So it's a crescent of retail premises commercial premises on Ocean Road. This is the northernmost one of the row of commercial units there. And we've got number 2. We've got road to the north. And this is the unit in question. Formerly, it was used as an AT unit by Nationwide. And I will show you some. I don't think we've got pictures of the whole parade here, but just something that's important to point out is the mixture of uses in the parade. So there's the 2 adjacent units are A5 units, and there's 1 more A5 hot food takeaway in the parade. The rest are in A1 use. Hairdressers, there's a couple of hairdressers, I believe, and a European food store. This is the junction with the bungalow to the north, and a small passageway down the side. This is from Arming Hall Close, so there's a number of commercial units on Arming Hall Close, and then there's a strip of grass and some tree planting around that area. So this is the rear of the unit, and on the left-hand side you can just about see this sort of a servicing area that exists behind the shops. This is the bungalow, the adjacent bungalow, looking back towards Elsham Crescent. The rear of the bungalow is rather unusual. Obviously, there's a small amenity area here, but it's all concreted over, and there's a line of garages to the rear, which is rather unusual arrangement. So this is the unit in question is this brick wall here, and you'll notice there's this area which drops down in height to the rear, and there's a extraction flue proposed for the cafe hot food takeaway unit, which would go at the sort of rearmost element of the building, adjacent to where these garages above the building. It's just viewed along the side of the premises, and going on to the floor plans. So this is the existing floor plan when it was previously an A2 used by Nationwide. And this is the proposed plan, so sort of reasonably large seating area with kitchen facilities at the rear. Just if you look at the elevations, you can see that area where the roof drops down in height, and that's where the extraction system is proposed to be located. Just a couple of points on this now. Something you'll see in the report is that the unit's been vacant for a significant amount of time. It's been vacant for 8 years, a fairly long period of time, and you'll see the report's reasonably balanced in that sense. We've got policies on the protection of retail premises. Now, we're not losing a retail premises here, so that doesn't apply, but we have raised concerns about potential vitality and impacts of a further A5 unit in this parade. Having said that, we're sort of balancing that against the fact that the unit's been vacant for 8 years. The other point to quickly raise is this is a speculative application, so there's no end user at this stage, so we don't have any details of the particular user that's proposing to go in here. The owner of the site is trying to widen the uses that they can market the site for to try and get someone in there rather than sit vacant. With that in mind, it's difficult to know exactly what the implications would be. We have to look at it generically in terms of it potentially being an A5 or an A3 unit. We've suggested hours of use conditions. It's just at this stage they're slightly more restrictive than some of the other A5 units on the parade. The other A5 units in the parade are limited to 11 in the evening. We're proposing limiting it to 10 in the evening, and the reason behind that is, well, partly we don't have sort of the end user in mind. We don't really have the ability to get any sort of management plan or anything like that in place with the end user, and also it's the nearest one to the residential property, so it's immediately adjacent to the residential property to the north. Obviously, if any end user wanted to vary that hours of use condition, then so we could consider that on a case-by-case basis at that point in time. But the recommendation is to approve as outlined in the report. You're on mute, Keith, I think.
Hello, sorry. Has anyone got a question? Councillor Neil? No, you're muted, Councillor Neil.
Sorry, just on the recommendations, number 4, what are anti-vibration mountings in this situation?
simply rubber to where you're screwing something into the wall. You simply have a rubber.
Yeah, on the machine. Yeah.
So it's just a piece of rubber between the mounting and the wall to stop it vibrating against the wall.
Okay. The recommendation is to approve. I'll move that. Have I got a seconder? Councillor Maxwell. Moving on to discussions now. I'd like to just say something. I'm not very happy with this another takeaway to be put into this area. Not just in those 4 or 5 shops. There's a few other shops around in the what actually look like a parade if you go round. And I believe there's too many takeaways there in the first place, and we're losing a commercial place. I know it's not been used for about 6 or 7 years, but I was just wondering how this has been marketed since they come out, and who actually owns this, because they're talking about putting a calf in the back. The calf in the back looks quite good. You know, that'd be quite handy if you had a nice calf in the back. People could go in and sit down and have a cup of tea and a cake. But that seems to worry me that that's not what we're agreeing here. It could turn out to be just a takeaway, and we end up with cars and motorbikes up there all the way up to 10 o'clock, and there's just too much traffic, and working together with 4 or 5 takeaways in the area is just too much. So I'm in 2 ways how to vote for this. So I'm going to listen to what other members say if they say anything. Anyone else wish to say anything? Councillor Stooley?
I'm in some agreement with you there, because the idea of having a cafe sounds like quite a good prospect for the area. A cafe is always a hub for people to meet at. But again, the emphasis here might be on selling this as a takeaway unit, of which there are probably too many. But on material grounds, based on its own merits, I can't see any reason to vote against this at the moment.
I believe it's against our policy to have more than 60% takeaway in an area, and if you put this in, that will be more than 60%. So you could vote against that on Norwich City policy.
Thank you.
Sorry, just for clarity, that's not the case, Keith. We've got a policy to retain retail frontage and retail uses in a shopping parade. So that applies to where you're losing a retail unit. There's a policy which would allow you to prevent that. We're not losing.
Are we?
No, we're losing. You see, that policy solely relates to A1 retail. What we're losing here is an A2 financial and professional services unit. So it was previously, its last use was by Nationwide.
So we could actually turn the whole lot into takeaways and nothing could be done about it. Is that correct?
There's no policy which necessarily specifically prevents that, but what you have got a policy on is the ability to consider the viability and vitality of the shopping parade. So that's the key point that we're making in the committee report. That's the key balance. Will having another A5 unit here harm the vitality and viability of the parade? Now, obviously, we consider an A3 or an A5 unit, but it could be A5. Would that harm the vitality of the shopping parade? Or not, and we've given weight to the fact that it's been vacant for 8 years. So you know, and we're bearing that in mind. Do we want this unit to sit there vacant? And our view was that actually getting a use in there is preferable to it sitting vacant in terms of the vitality argument.
Thank you for that, Mark. Councillor Hartley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I find myself absolutely in agreement with what Mark's just said there. I can't see on planning grounds a particular reason for rejecting this. And we might think that a sort of excessive number of takeaways in a particular area is undesirable, but I do think if the place has been empty for 8 years, that's even more undesirable. A business, as I see it, this opens the possibilities for what businesses could move in and use that space. That's got to be better than it sitting there empty as it has for the last 8 years.
Any other comments? Anyone? Councillor Smazy, sorry about that. Yep.
That's okay, Chair. Yeah, I would echo things that have been said already. And I'd just like to say that I do have some sort of sympathy for the person who lives in that bungalow. I mean, it's a very busy area. Those roads, Woodcock and up the Elsham Road and wherever, they're very busy roads as it is. But they have had the delightful situation where they've had an empty building next to them for the last. There's been a shock to their system. I think whatever comes along there in some ways, because there's going to be more activity. So, I do feel that, but we do see certain areas. I think Dereham Road is one of them, and there's a parade of shops on the Ring Road where you do get 4, 5 or 6. You get pizza, you get a kebab, and it becomes a bit of a hub in itself. And I guess as long as there's enough litter bins and it's kind of well managed and we kind of police it carefully, then on planning grounds, I don't think I would be turning it down. But I do feel for the people that live next door.
Any other comments, anyone? Okay, it's been moved and recommended that we approve this. All those in favour, please show.
Sorry, I'm just
just me.
Call the names. Sorry, it's been a long meeting. Councillor Stickley, Councillor Neil, Councillor Graham, Councillor Button, Councillor Maxwell, Councillor Samaisi, Councillor Oliver, Councillor Huntley, and Councillor Lubbock voting in favour.
Okay, and just me left. I'll vote against. Thank you very much.
And so it's the chair voting against.
So that's been agreed. Can I thank everyone for coming to the meeting? Is there any information we need to know before we all go? And is there any way we could organise? This is coming from me. I don't know if other members agree. There's a lot of new planning laws now coming in about you can double your house, build up to your top, and you don't have to ask for planning permission to do anything anymore. And 106 is disappearing. Can we have a briefing about these and an update about law and stuff on those new items if they're coming through or have been through?
Yes, I've prepared something in brief to sort of various people internally on this. I think it's important that Planning Committee also sort of have an overview of that. So yeah, certainly we could do that perhaps at the next meeting, and we could run you through that. I've got a summary already that I can share with the committee and can be circulated.
If you could share it with us, but if we could have a talk about it after our next meeting, is members agreed to that? Thank you. Okay, can I thank everyone for turning up?
Before you go, at the last meeting, we obviously changed the scheme of delegation. We changed the public speaking arrangements, but I think members wanted to just consider public speaking arrangements for future meetings. Okay. And so I think we're minded to try and move to some sort of incorporation of public speaking. I think what we'd be minded to do is bring to a report to the next committee in September with a proposal that we would then be able to discuss and implement in the October meeting. It would be interesting to see just what members thought of, get some feedback, either today or possibly via email after the meeting. On how things went today, and if anyone's got any thoughts on that. I think we'd have to potentially, if we have public speaking, most councils have a limit on the numbers of people who can speak at meetings, and we've never had that. But I do feel that running it virtually, we would have to have some sort of control over the numbers who can speak. So the current thought process would be to just have some sort of limit on numbers.
And at the moment, councillors can speak anyway, can't they, Mark?
Yes.
Councillor Neil?
Sorry, I'm a little bit disappointed that a month has gone since we had the last meeting, and now we're possibly talking about it at the next meeting, and then enacting something the meeting after. There's been 4 weeks. We could have arranged to be discussing it now and releasing it.
In fairness, Councillor Neil, that was actually the arrangement, that we actually have this meeting and then we review what happens and then we bring something back.
Yeah. Jackie, did you want to say
something? Sorry, I was just going to say that you can't make a decision without having a formal paper anyway at a formal meeting, so you would need to discuss it and bring it back to another meeting. or have them, perhaps if we have a report and we can circulate it to members so they can help inform that report, but it will need to be discussed at the September meeting and agreed. The reason was that you did ask at the last meeting that we looked at it, and then obviously we will consider how it went. There weren't actually a lot of public speakers for this, but that we can have a look at that and then bring back a proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Stutley.
Thank you. Can I just say it went a lot better than my committee meeting on licensing last week. But we had a subcommittee this week with members of the public, and it worked very well. That's also available to watch on YouTube. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mark. Did you want to say anything else? No, thank you.
If anyone's got any views on that, then by all means just email David and I.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you everyone for turning up. We'll see you next month.